Front, there's a Saint Ignatius #1 crew in front. So Saint Ignatius, their third four, holding a commanding lead. So it's another very strong four here for Saint Ignatius, and they will win the school's third four at their home regatta. Saint Ignatius in front. Saint Ignatius will win the A final of the school's second four. Saint Ignatius have gone out to a length over shore. 50 metres to go. This is a very high quality crew. Saint Ignatius wins the school's first 8.
The Penrith City Cup for the 6th time will go to Saint Ignatius College of Riverview.
It's going to be a win to Saint Ignatius College Riverview in lane 4, ladies and gentlemen. The school third, 4. It's a win for Saint Ignatius College Riverview. Saint Ignatius College Riverview for first place in this race. They're going to take the win. Lane 4, Saint Ignatius in 2023. Saint Ignatius College Riverview now to win the school first 8 for 2023. It's going to be an emphatic row from them, and they've done it fantastic. Saint Ignatius College Riverview.
Going back to 1964, I think you're correct. We cannot see Saint Ignatius as the winner of the Barrington Cup. On the left of screen, on the spectator side here of the course, and it is Saint Ignatius just sneaking out to a narrow lead.
Saint Ignatius College pull out to almost a boat length's lead. Certainly a very strong third 500 there for the crew from Saint Ignatius. And I think it'll possibly be too much ground to cover now as Saint Ignatius have worked their way through the field into the ascendancies. The crew's crossed into the red buoys of the last 250 metres of the course here at Champion Lakes. They're almost a length clear of Brisbane Boys College. It is 3/4 of a length to the crew from Saint Ignatius College from Riverview that row there on the Lane Cove River. They've had a fantastic season. They've won 5 from 6 events at the New South Wales GPS Head of the River, and they're looking to add the Barrington Cup to their trophy cabinet for the very first time. Saint Ignatius College Riverview, they're leading Brisbane Boys College. They won in Brisbane, but they couldn't quite get up today against Saint Ignatius College from Riverview, who will be the national champions in the schoolboys Cox State for the Barrington Cup for the very first time. Saint Ignatius College Riverview.
Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Saint Ignatius College.
One of the great things about schools like Riverview is what could be considered a school of privilege, we believe to be a school of obligation. Rather than life just be an endless montage of experiences, we ask the boys to pause and consider deeply what those experiences are, and in that time is when meaning surfaces.
There's a sculpture in the library in the college, created by one of the school's old boys. And not only is inscribed, question everything, which is the starting point of any education.
It is then taken to what we would call a gospel level, where boys are asked to think about what role they have with the other. And so you've heard this term, men for others.
It's one of the most challenging maxims that I've come across. Go out and live a life that's at the service of the poor and the marginalised rather than the service of the self, and to use the gift of the education that you've been given to change the structures that keep the poor poor and the wealthy wealthy.
Every boy here needs to complete 70 hours of service. It might be aged care facilities, it might be homes for the disabled. We have a number of groups that go to the farthest regions of this country and live in Indigenous communities. Similarly, in Year 11, we have about half of Year 11 who go offshore.
I had done an immersion in Cambodia. I was kind of wanting to keep up that promise to myself that I was going to continue to be a man for others in Jesuit terms. So From the Ground Up is an organisation which focuses on enhancing social impact. We've built schools, health centres, we've built a home in the community.
I think reflection and the importance of contemplation, that's what's unique about Riverview education, is the spiritual formation and taking time out of everyday life to pray and contemplate things.
Hopefully we're turning not just the heads but the hearts of young men.
Recognising everyone's own human dignity, I think that's the base level for me.
Well, I think the boarding school is the heart of the school. It's a community within a community. The boys learn to respect each other's differences and grow into independent young men, and that's what the parents comment on, how much their boys have matured.
The life lessons you learn when you're there, it's like they're stored, and you become that greater man when you're 45. And I'll see James do things and I think, that's what that's all about. You know, that's where that's come from.
As a boys' school, we have a responsibility to raise boys to be respectful men. This is not just for themselves, but also to be active witnesses to ensure that other men act and behave respectfully.
If they're going to be men for others, it's not automatically going to happen outside of school. It's got to happen in school. There is a direct relationship between pastoral care and learning outcomes.
There is always a place for a young man to feel that there is somebody who will listen and somebody who will care.
The fact that students respect each other, the fact that they care for each other, is all part of the whole spiritual paradigm of the college. We live by the credo of cura personalis.
Cura personalis, care for the individual. That is, I believe, inculcated in the culture. It's more than words.
We look to those who don't have a voice and seek to walk with them, helping them to find their voice. It is about becoming friends with those on the margins, accompanying them, empowering them, and learning from them. A Jesuit education is about educating students who share the perspective of the Trinity, looking upon the world and seeking to make it more loving and more just. This is the gift that Jesuit schools give to the next generation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of Saint Ignatius College, Riverview, we'd like to welcome you here today to the 140th Annual Riverview Gold Cup Regatta. On behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Dr. Paul Hine, we'd like to welcome you here today to Saint Ignatius College, Riverview, for what is going to be a fantastic day of rowing. I'm joined here, my name's Josh Jennings, but I'm joined here by Luke O'Brien, and we're going to take you through the first of the races coming through now. Coming down the course at the moment is the school year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have Scott, lane 2 St Joseph's number 1 crew, in lane 3 we have Newington, and in lane 4 we have King's number 1 school. So at this stage of the race, it is the racers from King's who are currently in the lead, followed slowly by the Newington and the Scots crew. Unfortunately, no St Joseph's crew did start in this race, so that is King's currently in the lead out of lane 4. And just coming down past the pole, the turn now is the King's School, coming down for the last 400 metres of the race. And for those watching at home, or indeed with this on the shore here, just a reminder that lane 1 is over to the Hunters Hill side of the river, and there's a staggered start all the way over to lane 5, which would be onto the Longueville side, coming down with a famous dog-leg term that the Gold Cup has become synonymous with. But it is coming up to the final 100 metres. The King's School rowing very strongly, very confidently, coming down for the school year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. And it is a St Joseph's School coming down in second position. Followed very closely by Newington, but it will be the Kings #1 school out of lane 4 taking that. Digby Huggins, Sam Cox, Harrison Barbour, Lachlan Idstein, and Cox by Frankie Loeb. Coming down the river now is the School Year 8 6 Cox Squad Skull Division 2 race, just behind the Division 1 race, which is just finishing up in front of us now. But the Division 2 race, in lane 1 we have Sydney Grammar, in lane 2 we have Shaw #1, in lane 3 we have Saint Ignatius #1, and in lane 4 we have Kings #2. And now we have the St Joseph's crew just about to cross the line. #1. Liam Hill, William Carroll, Alexander Curry, Samson Singh, and Cox by Will Lees, coached by Matt Mulders. And just a reminder to everyone watching online or watching here at home, we are live streaming this and we do have a live chat going. So if you'd like to interact with us, show your support online, please do so via the YouTube link. It's the 140th Riverview Gold Cup Regatta is the title, and if you'd like to watch it, it is a little bit delayed if you're watching here live on shore. But please feel free to interact with us. We're here all day. And just crossing the line here, Newington struggling to get their rhythm together, but it is the Newington crew. Andrew Wing, Elias Robertson, Isaac O'Neill, Hugo Rudder, and Cox by Frank Shee. Problem is I can't see what's on the it's Shore and Riverview, I think. Yeah. So coming down the river right now, we have Saint Ignatius and Shaw battling out for first place. Both crews coming around the pole and the turn right now. Followed behind them is the Sydney Grammar and the King School crews. But now it's a straight sprint from both crews down to the finish line. Shaw and Saint Ignatius. And from here it looks as though Shaw may have a slight lead over the Saint Ignatius crew. With the Shaw School losing a little bit of boat run there with just a bit of boat rock, but coming down to the final red pylon, I believe it's Saint Ignatius. Who have the lead over the Shaw School. Shaw getting very close to the pylon, but it will be Saint Ignatius probably about half a boat length ahead at this point of the race. Riverview rowing very strongly, taking it away from the Shaw School now. We seem to have backed off a little bit, and it will be. The winners of the School Year 8 6 Cox Squad Scull Division 2, St Ignatius, Henry McRae, Frederick Dunn, James Thomas, Theodore Hennessy, Cox by Felix Brown, and coached by Lachlan Easdown. And in second position, we have Shaw, who's just crossing the line now. Thomas Nutt, Rowan White, Angus Edwards, Andrew Strickland, and Cox by Nick Firth. If we turn our attention now back up the river, race 3 of the school year 8 6-cock squad Skull, Division 3, coming down the river. In lane 1, we have Saint Ignatius number 3, lane 2, Shaw number 3, St Joseph's number 3, and Newington number 2. And crossing the line in front of us is the Sydney Grammar School from the previous school year 8 6-cock squad Skull Division 2 race. Jake Jung, Randolph Tan, Jackie Zhang, Nicholas Kai, and Cox by Edwin Wu. And just a reminder for everyone here on the short, just down, if you are feeling a little bit peckish, if you missed breakfast this morning, we do have the Old Ignatius Union barbecue and cake stall currently down there selling beautiful baked goods and grilled goods. So please feel free to go down there and indulge. All proceeds from those sales are going towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. Sure. Oh, Kings. Newington. So is it, but it's Shaw that's leading. And coming around the bend now is the Shaw number 3 school in first place. Followed closely behind with the Saint Ignatius crew. So the St Joseph's crew. But it is in the lead, the Shaw School number 3 crew, unopposed, rowing very strongly. Pulling away ever so slightly. And it will be the Shaw number 3 school going through to win the school year 8 6-cock squad Skull Division 3. But I've caught a saw crab. The St Joseph's crew very close behind. If Shaw can manage to fix up the oar and keep rowing, they will maintain it and they will take it home. Slight technical mishap there from the Shaw School. Once again, coming through to win the school year 8 6-cock squad Skull Division 3. That's Toby Ward, Hugo Ahmed, Hamish Parry Ockenden, Daniel Chapman, and Cox by Sebastian Novakovic. And it seems as though the bow for St Joseph's have also lost an oar. Unfortunately, would have impeded him quite heavily throughout the race. But they've done incredibly well given the circumstances. It is the St Joseph's number 3 school. Joseph Suey, Jaden Hanna, Alistair Beale West, TJ Delahunt Higgins, and Cox by Digby Cullen. And in third place, the Newington School with Liam Alfaci, Archie Downs, Aidan Yousaf, Bo Lilly, and Cox by Anish Katagata.
It's great to see so many people down here on the foreshore watching this morning. And also, we've got about 140 people currently watching online via our live stream on YouTube. So if you can't make it here today, if you can't be down here on the foreshore or on one of the spectator craft on the other side of the river, please do tune into the live stream. It's great to have so many people watching and commenting as well. Always happy to interact with the commenters. People have stories or sons or daughters racing. Got one here from Finn Bannon saying, "Come on, view." So great to have the first comment of the morning on the live stream. But we've had people watching in from right across Australia and right across the world in the previous years. So keen to hear where you're watching from and who you're watching today.
Thanks, Luke. Turning our attention now back up the river. The school Year 8 6 Cox Squad Skull. Division 4 in Lane 1, we have Shaw, number 2 school, Lane 2. Saint Ignatius, number 2. Lane 3, St Joseph's, number 2. And Lane 4, Scots. All crews seem to have drifted to the Longueville side of the river, over towards Lane 1. For those keen-eyed viewers watching at home and watching on the foreshore, you will see that in the middle of the course there's a buoy. That being lanes 1 and 2 must go inside that buoy, that is inside towards the Hunters Hill side. And lanes 3, 4 and 5, when there is a fifth race, they need to go outside that. So just being a distinct turn that has always characterised what the Gold Cup has been, a dogleg term is very much considered a coxswain's race. So if your cox can do a good turn, they'll give their crew the best advantage to win the race. And it is a very tight race once again from Saint Ignatius and Shaw coming down here the last 300 metres of the race. Looks as though the Saint Ignatius crew has a slight lead over the Shaw School at this current race. The Shaw School picking up their rate to the final 100 metres. It will be a very tight finish here. Shaw coming back. But Ignatius holding them off by about half a length here. And it will be Saint Ignatius coming through to take the school Year 8 6 Cox Squad Skull, Division 4, holding off a valiant effort by the Shaw School. That is the Saint Ignatius crew of Max Ball, Hugo Borman, Callan Strugwick, Nicholas Clock, and Cox by Charlie Jackson, coached by Ryan Bowditch. And that Shaw School, fantastic effort, gentlemen. Luke Bolfin, Archie Tonkin, Henry Tams, Philip Ewan, and Cox by Henry Mufarij. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Yeah, Scott's the 4, lane 4. Yeah. That's right. Finally. And coming through now is the lane 4 Scott's crew, Joshua Hanna, Orlando Noble, James Halley, Nathaniel Parks, and Cox by George Collins. Once again, turning our attention up the river, we are up to race 5, which is the school Year 8 5th Cox Squad Skull Division 1 In lane 1, we have Scots. Lane 2, Newington. Lane 3, Kings. And lane 4, St Joseph.
While we're waiting for the next race to come down the course, we'll take you through the official results for the first 4 races of the morning. So race 1, Year 9, 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Kings in first place with a time of 6 minutes 27. St Joseph's in second and Newington in third. Scots did not start that race. Race 2, Division 2 of the School Year 8, 6 Cox Quad Scull. Saint Ignatius 1 in first place with a time of 6 minutes 14. Shaw 1 in second, Sydney Grammar in third, and Kings 2 did not start. Race 3, which was Division 3 of the Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull. We had Shaw 3 in first with a time of 6 minutes 49. St Joseph's 3 in second, Newington 2 in third, and Saint Ignatius 3 did not start. And then race 4, which just finished, which was Division 4 of the Year 8 6th Cox Quad Scull. We had Saint Ignatius 2 in first with a time of 6 minutes 13. Second was Shaw 2, who were 0.39 seconds behind that Saint Ignatius crew, so a very tight race there. And then Scots in third. St Joseph's 2 did not start that race.
On the river at the moment, we're currently watching race 5 with the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1, we have Scots. Lane 2, Newington. Lane 3, Kings. And lane 4, St Joseph's. Some of the races may be in other competitors' lanes by this stage of the race. However, I think it's Kings who have taken the lead into the final 400 metres out of lane 3. Followed shortly back to the Newington crew. But it is the King's School back to Newington College in second place. King's crew rowing very well, always going in together and coming out together. Phenomenal boat run there. A dominant race by the King's School. Out of lane 3, that is the King's School winning race 5, the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull, Lincoln Ruparel, Torquay Wynn, Thomas Curtin, Monty Douglas, and Cox by Avrav Sharma. And crossing the finish line now, we have the Newington crew of Oliver Crossan, Charlie Felton, James Debenham, Safwan Sibai, and Cox by Rowan Lowe. And in third place, St Joseph's of Charles Burgess, Sasha Petronov, Oscar Petronov, Ben Petherbridge, and Cox by Jackson Randall. Coming round the pylon now is race 6 of the School Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Only 3 in this race of Shaw, Saint Ignatius and Sydney Grammar School. The Scots crew that I believe should have started in the last race have entered into this race but have been told to stop rowing by the marshals as they are not entered in this race. And it will be the Shaw and Saint Ignatius crew once again coming down here battling it out for first place. Saint Ignatius have the lead over Shaw in this final 300 metres. The Shaw school once again valiantly trying to take the race to Saint Ignatius. In this last 100 metres, barring any major catastrophes, Saint Ignatius looking very strong. Have Shaw in their sights, just needed to hold them off for the final 100 metres. And the winners now of the race 6, the school year 8, 5th Cox Squad Scull, Division 2. It is Saint Ignatius College of Xavier Kennedy, Oscar Moleens, Jack Edwards, Jack Matthews, coxed by Scotch O'Connor and coached by Lachlan Easdown. And in second place, we have a valiant Shaw School coming in second place. Tom Roxburgh, Sam Kearser, Angus Edwards, Owen Barnes, and coxed by Hugo Dean. Congratulations, gentlemen. And crossing the line now is the Sydney Grammar School from race 6. Patrick Troy, Elliot Messina, William Turner, Oscar Steiner, and coxed by Joey Tyan, coached by Jago Lambert. And for those whose this Gold Cup is your first and joining us here, we'd like to welcome you to Saint Ignatius College today. The Gold Cup has always been synonymous with a couple of things. Clearly, always being held here, traditionally at Saint Ignatius with its traditional dog-leg turn that categorises the last 400 metres of the race, often called a coxswain's race, but also characterised by the prize of the winning crews. And today, the winning crews will be awarded the coveted silver oar. So all crews winning the Year 8, all divisions, please come up at 9 a.m. to collect your silver oars. As a former winner of a Gold Cup, I still have my silver oar and I cherish it dearly. And congratulations to all those who are recipients today. Turning our attention now to race 7, the school year 8 4th Cox Squad Scull Division 1. Only 2 starters in this race. I believe Kings and St Joseph's, but I will update you as they come down. And it is Kings and St Joseph's coming down very close together, but it looks like Kings have the edge at this current stage of the race with still over half the race to go.
While we are mentioning silver oars, I do want to draw your attention to some great merch that's available at the P and F stall up the top of the hill. And a very enterprising Year 11 student, whose name I'm just to find, Matthew Briggs, in Year 11, has made, by hand, silver oar holder trophy bases. So often winning a silver oar is one of those great things that happens, especially for the younger crews. But then you're not really sure what to do with it. It's not like a medal or a trophy that kind of sits nicely on the mantelpiece or the shelf. And so Matthew in Year 11 has designed and created by hand these really fantastic bases that you can then put your silverware in and it holds it. And they're for sale up at the P&F stall for only $25. And all the money that's raised from that goes towards supporting Jarjum College in Redfern, which empowers urban, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. And if you're watching on the live stream as well, there is a try booking link that you can buy those on as well. And I believe they will be delivered to you. So if you can't buy them in person today, you can order them online as well.
And coming down for the last 200 metres of the race, we have the King's School back to St Joseph's. Only 2 starters in this race out of lanes 2 and 3. Kings ticking that boat along very nicely. The boat run very smooth. St Joseph's giving everything to try and put a last-ditch push onto the King's School. But Kings looking very in sync. Great timing in and out of the water. Letting the boat do the work underneath them. And it is the King's School who are winners of the School Year 8 4th Cox Squad Scull Division 1. It's Harry Hanna, Henry McDonald, Ilian Elv, Jamin Turner and Cox by Yash Goyle. And coming down the river now for the last 300 metres is race 12, the School Year 8 2nd Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Apologies, we're race 8, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. It is Shaw ahead of Saint Ignatius out of lane 1. Saint Ignatius doing their best to try and put another challenge onto the Shaw School. A theme we're seeing today is the Shaw and Saint Ignatius crews in the juniors having a great battle. With the Shaw School looking very dominant, incredibly strong here. Every time their oars enter the water, the boat picking up and running a little bit more. The Riverview crew trying their best to put all the pressure they can on the Shaw School. but this time it is the Shaw School, too strong for Saint Ignatius in the school Year 8, 4th Cock Squad Scull, Division 2. Jack Gilligan, Henry Crooks, Jeremy Hughes, William Hadfield, and coxed by Henry Mufarage. And the Saint Ignatius crew in second place, crossing the line right now. Hunter Harris, Luca Goreshi, Harrison Marshall, Hudson Shaw, coxed by Jack Slater. Yeah, I'll cross the line and then we'll go again. Yeah. And crossing the line, just in front of us, in front of the shore, in front of Cove Cottage, is the Sydney Grammar School, coming third place in the school Year 8 4th Cock Squad Scull. William Dixon, Anthony Lai, Thomas Felsman, Maxwell Shaw, and coxed by Ben Hoyer. Now, whilst race 9 is going on, the school Year 8 3rd Cock Squad Scull Division 1. Lane 1, we have King, St Joseph's in lane 2, Scott's in lane 3, and in lane 4 we have Newington. I might just call on Luke, my co-commentator here. Luke, you're a former coxswain, and the Gold Cup, famously, as we've discussed before, has a turn in it. You'll see in the middle there, people that are watching at home or watching on the shore, there's a big buoy that sits in the middle of the pylon, right opposite the Riverview boat shed. That can often make it quite difficult for coxswains. Do you mind just talking us through your thought process every time you're trying to start the Gold Cup, and what advantages does it make to a coxswain if they give themselves a good run?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm feeling old. It's been a while since I've coxed now. But no, I have very fond memories of competing as a coxswain and then coaching many Gold Cups. And they do say that it is a coxswain's race, that the coxswain can really win or lose this race for their crew depending on the course that they take and how they take the turn. And so if you're in lanes 1 or 2, if you're on the Hunters Hill side and you get to come in between the turning buoy that you can see there bobbing up and down and the turning pylon that has the big red and yellow checkered flag on it, you do have the advantage there. You do start further back at the start. It is a staggered start to make up for the advantage you get at the turn, but it's trying to use that to your advantage as much as possible. So if you're in lanes 1 and 2, you want to get close to that pylon, but not too close. Because if you get too close, then you're going to have to take the turn too tight. You're going to kill a lot of the boat run that your crew's generated, and they have to pick it back up for that final 300-metre sprint down to the ferry wharf. So it's all about judging that turn, and I think it goes for any race. You want to find a point on the bank and aim for it, and using that as your marker to keep your bow ball there, keep your boat nice and straight so you're not using the rudder too much. And if you're in lanes 3 to 5 and you have to go around that turning buoy, same principle, trying to get as close to that turning buoy as possible without getting too close and possibly hitting it, or then getting too close and having to take the turn too tight and once again killing a lot of that boat run.
Well, as you're speaking about that, we've got a perfect example of how it's been executed by the King School coming down in race 9. Perfect example of how to execute that turn perfectly, maintaining boat run. There are very few races, other than maybe time trials, that you'll see a turn, but the advantage that a good coxswain can give their crew on a day like today cannot be understated. And it is the King School currently in the lead over St Joseph's, coming down to the last 200 metres of this race, as Luke discussed the sprint towards the end. And it will be, barring any major catastrophes, the King School. Winners of race 9, the school Year 8 3rd Cock Squad Scull Division 1, Ethan Zhang, Riley Lamb, Hugo Strangulori, Charlie Cullen Ward, and Keshon Jayasuriya is the Cox. In second place, we have the St Joseph's crew, followed very closely by Newington. With the Scots crew bringing up the tail end, coming through the final 300 metres now.
Scots College coming through now, finishing off race 9, the School Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And race 10, the Division 2 of the Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull, entering its final stages now, the final 250 metres. And it is Saint Ignatius in lane 1, who look to have a strong lead back to Sydney Grammar and Shaw. Shaw in lane 3 just coming around the turning buoy, and they will challenge Saint Ignatius, but I think they might just run out of course here as the Saint Ignatius crew approach the final red pylon, about 100 metres to go. And unfortunately, that Shaw crew just seems to have a bit of technical issues as well, which will help Saint Ignatius out as well. And not to discount the Sydney Grammar School, the Sydney Grammar crew as well, in third place as well, finishing off their race. But it will be this Saint Ignatius crew just dealing with a bit of wash here, but they're rowing through it well. Keeping the balance of the boat well there as they row through the wash to take victory in race 10, the School Year 8 Third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That Saint Ignatius crew, Iggy Jenkins, Charlie Chehine, Patrick Kane, Max Harper, Frankie Hayson is the Cox, and coached by Thomas Jewell. Receiving warm applause there from the crowds. Shaw coming through in second place. Alexander Freeschmidt, Archie Watson, Charlie Bassingthwaite, Ollie Hamilton, and coxed by Thomas Mann. And Sydney Grammar coming through in third. About 50 metres to go in their race. Yoon Cho, Hayden Lai, Eamon Ao-Yang, Joshua Hanley, Hamilton Van Az is the coxed and coached by Jago Lambert. We've seen a bit of a pattern emerging so far over the Year 8 schoolboy races this morning, with Kings, Shaw and Riverview battling it out amongst the two divisions for victories so far. So some really strong rowing from those three schools. We'll have to see if some of the other colleges can challenge in these final races for the school for the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls before we move on to some other racing. Yes, this will be 11 now. Review, yeah. Turning our attention back up the course, we have race 11, the School Year 8 Second Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We have 4 entrants in this race. St Joseph's in lane 1, Scots in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Kings in lane 4. And as they approach the turning pylon, it is the St Joseph's crew in lane 1 who look to be leading from where I'm standing. But I can see through the tree that's blocking my view slightly. I believe it's Newington in lane 3 who are challenging them. Apologies, sorry, that's Kings in lane 4 who are challenging that St Joseph's crew. So I think we're set up for a very exciting finish here between St Joseph's and Kings. And as they come through the trees on the foreshore now, it actually looks as if it might be that Kings crew that has the lead. They're just rating slightly higher than that St Joseph's crew. They've picked up their boat run. And if St Joseph's want to win this race, I think they're going to have to lift their rate as well. And the Coxtons just called that, and St Joseph's have lifted their rate as well to match this Kings crew. These crews going stroke for stroke here as they enter the final 50 metres of this race. St Joseph's holding about a 3/4 of a length lead back to Kings, who are giving it their all. Kings just losing their timing a bit there. The St Joseph's crew staying nice and calm, maintaining their boat speed, maintaining the timing through the water. And it will be St Joseph's who take out race 11, the school, Year 8, second, Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. Clancy Woodbridge, Nicholas Huntington, Connor Furness, Angus Steve, Finn McCormack is the Cox, coached by Charlie Rowe and Jim Lloyd. And Kings putting in a valiant effort there. Archer Petrovich, Henry Hunt, Jen Watkin, Harley Collier, Cooper Morgan's the Cox. And a great battle for third here as well, which Newington will take. Henry Eversgerd, Jack Carroll, Tom Dunstan, Jack Phillips, Toby Stewart's the Cox. And Scott's coming through in fourth. Ocker Nicolaitis, Leo Ramai, Ambrose McNamara, Samuel Lowe, and Alec Rogers is the Cox. Some great racing so far this morning. I think that might be one of the pick of the races we've had so far. Really tightly contested race between all 4 crews there.
Just a reminder, if you are watching online or on the shore here, you can interact with us on the YouTube live stream. The title of the video is the 140th Annual Regatta Gold Cup 2024. 254 people watching right now, but we do have a few comments and questions coming through. Maria D'Angelo saying, what a great initiative of making of the silver ore holder and fantastic support to Jardim College. We have a question from one of our commenters and one of our watchers. Is it a rule or merely guidance that lanes 3 and 4 must take the red buoy on their stroke side? In other words, can you be disqualified if you don't pass the red buoy on stroke side? To answer that question, it's probably at the discretion of the marshals. In the more senior races, they will police it more tightly, but in the junior races, they're a little bit more relaxed, given that it is the first race and a first regatta for a lot of the crews racing in their junior season. So it will be policed a lot more stringently as it comes up, and when these races get a lot tighter, you will see the marshals waving their flags to telling crews which way to go. But at the moment, it's a bit of a free-for-all, and that's okay.
Race 12 now underway. The School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We have 4 entrants in this race. Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, Saint Ignatius in lane 3, and St Augustine's in lane 4. And it does look that the Shaw crew has quite a commanding lead in lane 2 back to those other crews. As they approach the turning buoy now, they have quite a strong lead back to the other 3 crews, back to Saint Ignatius, Sydney Grammar and St Augustine's. And it is important to remember as well, especially for these Year 8 and Year 9 races, that these boys are usually racing over only 1,000 metres. And it is a really great effort for them to come down to the Gold Cup and row the 1,400 metre course. It's extra 400 metres, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're in that boat, trust me, it is. So these crews, all the crews that have raced so far this morning have done a great job, not only navigating the course, but also rowing the full 1,400 metres and really giving their all throughout the race. But it is this crew from Shaw who have done their work early in the race to build this sizable lead as they come to the final red pylon in the final 100 metres of this race, looking very comfortable with the lead that they've built over their competitors. This Shaw crew looking very strong here as they row through the final 50 metres of this race to take out race 12, the school Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull Division 2, the crew Nathan Clante, Toby Dalgleish, Henry Ferguson, Oliver Wilson, and coxed by William Johnson. A big congratulations to them. Yeah, I'll just, yeah. Yeah, race 12, yeah. Sure. Joey's on their first race. Sydney Grammar coming through in second place. Arthur Jang, Alexander Hu, Nathan Arav, Tiger Han, Bowen Jha is the cox and coached by Lauren Graham. Unfortunately for the Saint Ignatius crew, they've had a few technical difficulties. Fortunately, the bow row has lost his oar, which the coxswain's currently holding. Aloft, very proudly. But that's a great effort from Saint Ignatius to finish the race with 3 rowers. Awesome effort from them. Doesn't matter where you finish in your first Gold Cup as long as you finish the race. So great work from them to finish. Warmly welcomed by the crowd. Hugo Higgins, Charlie Holt, Hugo Harper, Xavier Dinan, Liam Barnes is the cox and coached by Daniel Johnson. And St Augustine's competing in their first race of the day. Jack Guthrie, Jack Penberthy, Monty Yu, Callan McLennan, Oliver Leach is the cox. Coaches Joe Lynch, Joshua Wilson and Nicholas Pender. Great to see so many of you tuning in on the live stream. So many pleasure craft out on the water as well, which always makes the race a great occasion. I can actually see through my binoculars right up at the start of the course a big Go Grammar banner. So I'm sure there's a party happening at that house later today as they watch the races come down. And of course, so many people here on the foreshore as well. And if you are on the foreshore, there is plenty to do besides watching the races. We've got the barbecue run by the Old Ignatians Union. We've got the bake stall run by the P&F Association as well. And all that money is going to the great work that the bursary does. If you're up the top of the hill, if you're coming down or if you're leaving as well, there's plenty of merch. Merch stall up at the top of the hill as well. All that money going towards the bursary as well. We've got the bases being sold up there as well that we mentioned earlier, the silver ore base holders. And I believe there's a gelato stall up there as well, up at the top of the hills. There's plenty of stuff on today as you watch the races, as you watch whoever you're watching today, whichever school you're supporting, there's plenty to do, plenty to eat, all that money going to a great cause. So please help yourself. And we're about just over halfway through race 13 now. This is the school Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. 4 entrants in this race. Newington in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Kings in lane 3 and Scott's in lane 4. And once again, it looks like we're going to be in for a really tight race here for first between St Joseph's and Kings in lanes 2 and 3. King's Coxon just coming around the turning buoy now, which is slightly out of view from where I'm standing, but I can see him taking the turn through the trees there, as St Joseph's do the same in lane 2. 13, yeah. Both Coxons doing a great job there to negotiate the turn, and with that inside line, I think it's St Joseph's who have about a half a length lead back to Kings as we enter the final 250 metres of the race. But it is really going to come down to this final sprint here once again between Kings and St Joseph's. Both crews looking quite strong. It looks like St Joseph's still has about a half to a 3/4 of a length lead back to Kings. Both coxswains looking across at each other, letting their crews know where the other crew is. Trying to keep their heads in the boat. Final 100 metres now, and it looks like St Joseph's have just lengthened out their lead that slight bit more to about a length now. As the coxswains call on their crews to lift the rate, get a bit more run through the boat. Kings just lifting slightly here, trying to pull back at St Joseph's. But Joey's maintaining that length lead over Kings. Much nicer when you lead as well to see that crew from behind trying to make that push and you can match it. And it will be St Joseph's who take out race 13. The school, Year 8, first, Cox Quad Skull, Division 1. The crew, Zach Fiore, Arlo Benjis, Sam Negline, Joe Brown, Josh Suey is the Cox. Coaches Charlie Rowe and Jim Lloyd. Great effort from Kings in second. Arthur Zhang, Sudip Betwal, Ethan Shields Tor, William Brown. And the Cox is Franco Urado. Scott's coming through in third place. William Bowen, William Kauser, Angus Gervin, Leon Klinger, and Cox by John Maloof. And Newington, with about 100 metres to go, will come through in fourth. Leo Lettle, Ethan Van Asperen, Will Jones, Lachlan Trethewey, and Coxed by Jordan Fear. Yeah, this is the last year, right? Yeah. And we've got the school 8 heats. Yeah. The open race as well. Yeah, exactly. And the finals later on. Great effort there from Newington as they cross the line. And we have our final Year 8 Cox Quad Skull race of the morning. This is race 14, the school Year 8 first Cox Quad Skull Division 2. 4 entrants in this race. St Augustine's in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 3, and Saint Ignatius in lane 4. And it looks like it's Shaw in lane 2 has the lead. Saint Ignatius in lane 4. The Coxons coming inside that turning pylon, inside the buoy, to try and challenge the Shaw crew. I think the marshals might let them get away with that. We'll have to see with the official results later on. As the Shaw crew just runs into a bit of wash there and loses a bit of balance, and have to pick up the speed again now. Saint Ignatius negotiating that wash a bit better, allowing them to get back at that length lead that the Shaw crew held. And with a few more technical issues, it looks like Saint Ignatius might have taken the lead here over Shaw. And they have. They hold about a half a length lead as the Shaw crew pull it back together now to come back at that Saint Ignatius crew over the final 100 metres of this race. Saint Ignatius negotiating the wash better there. And they've built about a 3/4 of a length lead over the Shaw crew as we enter the final 70 metres of the race. It will be Saint Ignatius. I will wait to hear the official results from the marshals before we call it officially, because they've come inside the turning buoy. But as they cross the line unofficially, it'll be Saint Ignatius in first, Shaw in second, back to Sydney Grammar in third, and St Augustine's in fourth. I will wait for Josh to give us the official results of that race as soon as we get them from the marshals down on the wharf. That was the last that, yeah. And we've got race 15 now, the school first 8 heat 1. So we've got heats for the school first 8 race. First and second will progress to the A final later in the morning, and third and fourth will progress to the B final. We've got Kings in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, and Sydney Grammar in lane 4. And it looks like this race will finish about the same time as the St Augustine's crew from the previous race. But it's Kings and Shaw in lanes 1 and 3 respectively, who've built a strong lead back to the remaining crews. Sydney Grammar coming through in lane 4. Marshall just instructing St Augustine's to move over so they don't impede the finish of this heat race for the school first 8. It's going to be close between the two crews, but it is just a heat, so both Kings and Shaw will progress through to the A final later on this morning. Great work from all Coxons there to avoid any clashes. Yeah, that was close, jeez. And Sydney Grammar will progress to the B final later in the morning. But just confirming, Kings and Shaw will progress to the A final of the school first 8. Do we have official I'll go to Josh now with some official results from previous races.
Just confirming the race 14 result. It is Saint Ignatius in first place, so the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 First Cox Squad Scull with a time of 5 minutes and 30 seconds, back to Shaw of 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Division 1 was the St Joseph's Crew with a time of 5:37, Kings at a time of 5:40. With race 12, Schoolboy Year 8 Second Cox Squad Scull. In first place, we had Shaw with a time of 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Sydney Graham with a time of 6 minutes and 15 seconds. And moving back then to the School Year 8 Second Cox Squad Scull, St Joseph's in lane 1 with a time of 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Back to Kings with 6 minutes. And just confirming now, the school first 8 times just came past. That is Kings with a time of 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Back to Shaw with 4 minutes and 26 seconds. So 0.96 separating those two crews. Very tight race. Expect more of the same coming down.
Very tight race indeed. We've got the second heat now of the school first 8. I've got 4 entrants on my program, but I can only see 3 boats coming down the course. Newington Scratch, so we've got St Augustine's in lane 1, St Ignatius in lane 2, and Scott's in lane 3. So once again, first 2 crews will progress through to that A final later in the morning, along with Kings and Shaw. And third place will progress through to a B final, also later in the morning. And it looks to be very close between Scott's and St Ignatius in lanes 2 and 3, and then St Augustine's slightly further back. Oh, if they take the turn, yeah. Close at the moment between St Ignatius and Scott's, but with that inside line, you would expect St Ignatius to take a slight lead into the final 300 metres as they straighten up and head for home here at the ferry wharf. St Ignatius Cox doing a great job there to take the turn and come right into what is effectively lane 1, considering the distance they've built over the crew from St Augustine's, allowing them to take that turn as sharply as possible and establish a lead over Scott's. Build about a length and a half lead over the Scott's crew as they come through the final 100 metres now. You can hear the Scott's fans on the pleasure craft on the water cheering their crew along as they come through now the final 100 metres. Scott's making a late push of it, but both these crews will go through to the A final later in the morning. And it'll be St Ignatius who takes out race 16, the second heat of the school first 8. So both these crews will progress through to the final. St Ignatius in first, Scott's in second, and St Augustine's in third, who'll progress through to the B final. We'll get those official timings shortly with Josh, and we can compare how those crews look ahead of the A final in a couple hours of time. Go to Josh now with the official timings from the second heat in just a moment.
Thanks, Luke. So in the school first 8, St Ignatius in first place with a time of 4 minutes and 26 seconds, and Scott's with a time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Comparing that to the race before, Kings won that race with a time of 4 minutes and 25 seconds, and Shaw with a time of 4 minutes and 26 seconds. So those 3 crews, the Kings, Shaw and St Ignatius crew, as well as the Scots crew, all within 5 seconds of each other, all progressing to the A final today, which would be a very tight race.
It does. It sets up a great race later in the day for that school first 8 race. And one of the great things about the Gold Cup is it's not just schoolboy rowing that we have on today. We've obviously got the Open 8 races, the showpiece events later in the day, but we've got some schoolgirl races today. We've also got some club rowing events, which is the next race on the schedule, race 17, the Women's Invitational Single Scull. So it's always great to see not just schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing, but open rowing as well, club rowing. Really is a sport for all ages, young and old, and really makes the event what it is. One of the showpiece events on the Rowing New South Wales calendar. Got 4 entrants in this race 17. We've got Sydney University 3, Sydney University 1, UTS and Sydney University 4. Might be easy to go off the rowers' names as this is a single scull event. We've got Ciara Ortolani, Ayesha Raffi, Sarah Fard and Eleanor Price. Not an easy race for the single scull. Once again, like the Cox crews, usually used to racing on a nice straight course, and they've not only got to row their race, they've also got to negotiate the turn themselves while they're facing the other way. So that's a very difficult skill to master. Yeah, go ahead.
Just in between these races, if you are joining us online or here on the shore, we do have a live stream going. Once again, the 140th Annual Regatta Gold Cup 2024 is the title. If you search for it on YouTube, you'll find us, and we are interacting with any comments that come through. Support from all around the world. We have Sue Allman, who's watching her grandson from the UK from St Joseph's College. Thanks for joining in, Sue. As well as behind us in the commentary booth here, we've already started to get some support and some trophy handing out for the silver oars. So the coveted silver oar, which is a staple of the Riverview Gold Cup, is being handed out behind me. But as well, this year, one of the students from Riverview has crafted a silver oar trophy base that you can buy at the top of the hill here. And all of the proceeds for this base holder are going to Redfern Jarjum College, which is a Jesuit school in Sydney which supports urban Aboriginal children who are not participating or coping in mainstream primary schools as a result of their poverty and domestic circumstances. So if you do manage to win a silver oar today, please go up the top and support by getting a Gold Cup silver oar trophy base.
Thanks, Josh. Final 150 metres now of the Women's Invitational Scull. And it's Sarah Fard from UTS holding a lead over the 2 rowers from Sydney University. We've got 3 Sydney University rowers in this race, so it is a bit hard for me to work out which boat is which. But we will get those official results later on. But Sarah Fard from UTS looking very strong here through the final 20 metres of the course to take out the Women's Invitational Single Scull. Back to, I'd say, Sydney University 3, and then back to Sydney University 1 in second and third. And then Sydney University 4 in fourth. But always great to see single sculling on the program here at the Gold Cup. Great work from all involved.
Some further comments coming out on the live stream. We've got Maria commenting, shout out to Myra Edwards, who's listening to her grandson and watching the Gold Cup today. And Peacock and Fig supporting that last Women's Invitational Single Scull. Aisha Rafi, Peacock and Fig, hope you're doing Hydro proud. We're now moving to the next part of the program, which is the school Year 9 races. So the schoolboy Year 9 race is just about to begin. Luke will call those down for us. But beginning with the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Kings, lane 2 St Joseph's, lane 3 St Joseph's number 2 school.
Can only see 2 crews on the course at the moment. The King's crew and one of the St Joseph's crews. But early into this race, it is that King's crew that's built a very commanding lead over St Joseph's in that early part of the race. My apologies, I do see the other St Joseph's crew now as well, slightly further back as well. So all 3 crews have started this race. But it is Kings who hold quite a strong lead at the moment as that Kings crew approaches the halfway mark of the race. Coming around the turning buoy now, the crew from Kings. And as they have done the whole race, looking very strong here. They've built a sizable lead back to those 2 St Joseph's crews. They've done their work early in the race to build this lead. And barring many major issues, they will take victory here in race 18. Once again, same with the Year 8s. These E9 crews usually racing over 1,000 metres. So great to see them race over 1,400 metres day here at the Gold Cup, or the old Riverview Mile as they used to call it. But it will be the crew from Kings as they get their timing back together now over the final 50 metres, who take out race 18, the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Skull Division 1. Heading off the course slightly at the end, but it won't matter. That crew, William Leahy, Lex Dont, Reggie Staniforth, Lachlan Arentz, coxed by Joe Fenwick. Back to St Joseph's in second, who just appear to be having a couple issues here. Not sure if someone's lost an oar. Looks like the bowman might have lost an oar, but no, he has. I think he's got it back now. Just trying to get the timing back together here. This crew from St Joseph's. Does look like they have had a minor issue, but still a great effort to finish this race. Yeah, might have had an issue with the seat there as well. But as they approach the final 50 metres, that Joey's crew will come through in second. Great effort there from St Joseph's to finish the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, we'd like to welcome you on behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector, and the principal, Dr. Paul Hine, to Saint Ignatius College, Riverview, the 140th Annual Gold Cup Regatta. It's times like these and events like these that are synonymous with the Riverview School and the people that are helping to organise this often go unnoticed, but in the program, I'd just like to call out an attention and give these people a shout out. The Regatta Organising Committee of Dan Noonan, Philip Elborn, Jim Bustede, Bob Marsh, Chris O'Brien, Marie Marr, Harry Brogan and Paul Brogan. It is your efforts that make today possible, and days like today could not happen if it wasn't for the amazing work that that committee does. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned in and enjoy the racing, and I'll hand back over to Luke, who will call the end of the race that we've got coming down now.
Race 19, now we have Division 2 of the Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull. We've got two entrants in this race, Saint Ignatius and St Joseph's. And as they approach the final 100 metres now, it is St Joseph's who hold a 2-length lead back to Saint Ignatius. You can hear both coxswains there really urging their crews on through this final 100 metres. As Saint Ignatius try to make ground, but they're going to run out of water here. Saint Joseph's crew, looking very strong, just holding off that final push from Saint Ignatius as they take out race 19, the school Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. The crew, Fielden Finnegan, Jack Lomax, Hugh Sykes, Oliver France, Jed Timmins is the Cox, coached by Kit Hartley. And a great effort from Saint Ignatius as well. Felix Brown, Jack Marr, Henry Quickly, Charles Fuller, Henry Jules the Cox, coached by Hugo Kerr.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, 100, yeah.
Just so everyone is aware, we've got some fantastic stalls that are going around currently at the moment, for whatever tickles your fancy. So the PNF merchandise and gelato stall and the silver ore bases that we've gone on about all morning are at the top of the hill, as well as some goods for some goods from Cana Farm. They're waiting for you at the top of the hill. And while here down at the wharf, you'll find the Old Ignatius Union barbecue with cakes, muffins, chips, as well as all of your barbecuing needs. And all of the proceeds from that barbecue go towards the Riverview Bursary Fund, and the Riverview PNF, all the proceeds go to Jarjum College. And also, just online, we've got Carol Sykes, who's joining from Wales, saying good luck to St Joseph's from proud grandparents. Thank you for joining us anywhere in the world. It's great to see everyone who's joined in online and here with us today in person. A fantastic event. Mercury currently at 24 degrees, looking up to get about to 31 degrees, but conditions at the moment perfect for racing. Hardly any wind, and may pick up towards the afternoon.
Turning our attention back up the course, we have race 20, the school Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. St Joseph's in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, and Newington in lane 4. And from where I'm standing, it looks like we're in for a great race in race 20. All four crews looking very even at the moment as they come past. So they start to approach halfway through the race, about 700 metres, apologies. Newington lane 4 holding the lead at the moment that they would have had with the staggered start. But you'd expect the crews from St Joseph's and Kings to eat into some of that lead as we start to approach the turn with that inside line. And that is the way the race is set up. So if you do have the inside line, if you're in lanes 1 and 2 and you get that advantage with the inside line at the turning pylon, you do start further back at the start. And the marshals do ensure that to make sure we have a fair race. That Newington crew in lane 4 Coxon probably just needs to push him in a bit and start to take the turn. They've taken it slightly wide. Probably made his row a couple extra 100 metres there. Hasn't helped them out as they start to take the turn. Cox from Joey's in lane 1 doing a great job there to take the turn, use that inside line to their advantage and take the lead in this race. Back to Kings in lane 2. Newington in 3rd in lane 4 and Scott's in lane 3 starting to take the turn as well. But the crew from Joey's using their inside advantage there and the Coxon doing a great job to give them quite a commanding lead as they approach the final red pylon and the final 100 metres of this race. It will be the crew from St Joseph's. Back to Kings. And then Newington and Scott's. Newington crew being cheered on loudly from the supporter craft on the far side. But a great effort from St Joseph's, who really took command of this race in the second half. And they will be rewarded with victory for it. In race 20, the school Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The St Joseph's crew, Will Brown, Oliver Gainsford, Ed Stevens, Billy Dunlop, coxed by Will Campy and coached by Kit Hartley. Back to Kings in second. Kiju Kim, Aaron Nasibian, Gene Lotter, Massimo Fitzsimon and Leo Sons the Cox. Newington in lane 3. Receiving plenty of support from the supporter craft and here on the foreshore as well. Tom Chanter, Lucas Knox, Angus Turnbull, Maxim Stefanovsky, coxed by Baird Lockie. And Scots coming through in 4th. Toby Hayes, Hudson Meek, Hugo Dinapoli Long, Thomas Tyson, coxed by Harry Haig. Oh, okay. Oh, one of the big fat thing, yeah. I'm fine. This is easy to hold, I find. Like you said, what the... Do you want to swap? Yeah. It's still on. I'll leave those up there for you.
Turning our attention up the river now, we have race 21, the school Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2 Saint Ignatius and lane 3 Shaw. And it looks as though just coming past the point there at Longueville, it is the St Ignatius crew out of lane 2 in first place. Back to the Shaw School in lane 3, with Sydney Grammar bringing up the rear in lane 1.
Once again, great to see so many people watching on the live stream. Over 200 people watching now. Some more comments coming through from Margie Reynolds. Thank you for this link. Cheering the Shaw boys on from Royal North Shore Hospital. Go Shaw. And Nelson Sykes commenting as well. Well done, Hugh Sykes and the team from St Joseph's from proud grandparents in Wales. So great to see once again people watching, not just down here on the foreshore or over on the pleasure craft, but right across the country and right across the world as well, being able to watch the Gold Cup today.
Just coming past the pylon now, we have the St Ignatius crew. We probably have about 6 boat lengths ahead of the Shaw School out of lane 3. The Riverview Coxon executing that turn perfectly, giving their crew the best chance of a straight sprint down towards them, letting the boat move underneath them as they're taking that stroke. You'll see within rowing what we want to see from crews is crews that look like they're moving together in sync, oars going into the water and out of the water together. This Saint Ignatius crew that's coming down are a prime example of that. And in the last 100 metres, the Saint Ignatius crew looking very strong, very dominant. That is the Saint Ignatius crew of Patrick Cleary, Jago Ramage, Charlie Kimmins, Max Remus, Liam Vlaminik is the cox, and they're coached by Rory Curtin. And it is the Sydney Grammar School now in second place, using that turn to their advantage, giving themselves a substantial lead over Shaw. Very good row there by the Sydney Grammar School, coming in second place to the Shaw School in third place. It is Oliver Pham, Akash Dutta, Lucas Matasantos, Isaac Huang, and coxed by Tom Cayley. And they're coached by Kenneth Major. That is the Sydney Grammar School coming in second at the School Year 9-6 Cox Squad Scull Division 2. Starting now up the river is race 22 of School Year 9, 5th Cox Squad Scull. Division 1, in lane 1 we have Kings, lane 2 Scots, lane 3 Newington, and lane 4 St Joseph's. Just as we take a quick break from the racing that's coming down the river right now, the Riverview Gold Cup, now in its 140th edition, has been run since 1890. So up here in Cove Cottage, near the commentator's box, we have the Gold Cup trophy, the Gold Challenge Cup, currently held by Sydney Rowing Club. They've won this race in the last 3 iterations, but the 140th edition of the Gold Cup, dating back to 1890, with a few non-races rowed within wartime and so forth. But this regatta is steeped in great history. And please, if you are sticking around all day, please feel free to join us. As of 2008, the Gold Challenge Cup was also extended to a women's race. First held in 2008 and won by Pymble Ladies College. Most recently in 2023, won by Sydney University. Up here in Cove Cottage, we have both examples of the trophies sitting next to each other. The Men and Women's Gold Challenge Cup, which will be on show today and up for grabs for any of the Men and Women's Open crews. And now it is race It is race 22, the Year 9 5th Cox Squad Scull Division 1. It is the crew from Newington. Currently in the lead, back to Kings and then to Scots, who are battling out for second place. It will be Newington who come through in first place. Ashton Tulipan, Rocco McConnell, Rory Begg and Thomas Perrott, coxed by Andrew Buchanan. But the race for second place is still very much on, with Scots pressuring Kings all the way, but it will be the Kings School taking out second place ahead of Scots. That Kings crew of Peter Bowman, Jay Dwight, Charlie Jones, Xavier Currans and coxed by Tom King. And that Scots crew of Rory Beck, Archie Shield, Thomas Tyson, Anton James Lutfi, and coached by Samuel Radburn. And the valiant St Joseph's crew coming in fourth place here, just about to cross the line.
I will have to go back and check the results, but I do believe that's Newington's first win of the day across any of the races. So great effort there. Can see the Newington supporter craft on the other side, giving them a loud cheer. Great to hear, giving us a wave. Great to see. Some more comments coming through on the live stream as well. Got Dave McCleary saying good day, actually good evening, from David and Ava McCleary in London supporting Riverview today. And a question from Henry Dixon asking what time will the GPS Scots First 8 row? And that final for the school First 8, which Scots are rowing in, it will start at 10:28. So just under an hour's time is when we'll have the A final of the school First 8 race.
About to come round the bend right now is race 23 of the School Year 9 5th Cox Squad Skull Division 2. In lane 1 we have St Augustine's, lane 2 Saint Ignatius, lane 3 Shaw and lane 4 Sydney Grammar. And it's a St Ignatius School out of lane 2 that are currently in the lead. With the Shaw School in second place out of lane 3. The St Ignatius Coxswain taking that turn absolutely perfectly to give his crew the best chance of the sprint in this last 200 metres. Shaw will not give up that easily. So they're keeping the pressure up on St Ignatius, but St Ignatius seem to have an unassailable lead here at the moment. Too strong. Back to Sydney Grammar. Apologies. Then further back to Shaw, but it will be Riverview in the last 50 metres. Rowing together. Oars coming in and out of the water together. Looking very strong. Being pressured there by Sydney Grammar, but that is the St Ignatius crew of Lucas Cropman, Alexander Raymond Nash, Charlie Pobji, Noah Beardmore and coxed by Billy O'Hara. They're coached by Rory Curtin. And in second place, we have the Sydney Grammar School out of lane 4. Back to the Shaw School coming down here in lane 3 for third place. The St Augustine's crew now look like they're just taking the turn. Unfortunately, if they are going to impede the race behind them, they will have to get off the course, but at this stage, they look like they will hopefully finish the race. But coming down is race 24. The School Year 9 4th Cox Squad Skull. They're further up the river towards the point of Hunter's Hill on the right-hand side of the river. And just a reminder that lanes 1 and 2 have to go through the right-hand side of the boys. We're looking at it right up the river. towards the Hunters Hill side. So where the big pole is with the checkered flag. Lanes 1 and 2 have to go in between that pole and the buoy, with lanes 3, 4 and 5 having to go around the buoy towards the Longueville side of the river. And it's the St. Augustine's crew who are just finishing off the race of race 23. And the St. Augustine's crew there coming in 4th place of race 23, the school Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull, Year 9 5th Cox Quad Skull Division 2, Division 1. We have a very tight race on our hands for the next race, with Newington and Kings battling out for first place here, with St. Joseph very shortly behind in 3rd place. This may be the tightest race of the day that we've had so far. From up here, it's Kings have a slight lead over Newington, but with 100 or 200, 150 metres to go, it could be anyone's race here. I have Newington have just overtaken the Kings School, holding about a half a boat length lead now. Both crews maintaining their lead, but it will be Newington, I believe, looking the stronger of the two crews. All those 4 boys looking very in time there, in sync, rowing together. And it will be Newington, the winners of the school Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull. Arnold Lee, Oscar Wong, Aidan Evans, Hugo Sibilia, and Cox by Aaron Koo. That's Newington, the winners of the school Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull, with Kings in 2nd and St. Joseph's in 3rd.
Great to see more comments coming through on the live stream. Got R. Britton watching from Portsmouth in the UK, cheering on St. Augustine's. And Matt Sieve cheering on Joey's. Over 250 people watching. Always great to have people commenting in wherever they're watching. Whether it's here in Sydney, across New South Wales or the country, or right across the world. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. If you have any questions or queries as well, feel free to send them through. We'll do our best to answer them.
Luke, I've got a bit of a question for you. Can you explain the impact of maybe the tides on how that'll affect the rowing race moving forward? And obviously today we're expecting the tide to come up a little bit and then go down again. So can you explain how the crews will be affected by that in terms of their times or even the way they row?
Well, if the tide's coming up, it is going to affect the races, and we will see some slower times. Obviously, the wind playing a big impact as well. We've been fortunate so far. There's only a slight breeze coming across, which hasn't impacted the rowers too much. But if we do start to get a bit of a swell, that'll also slow down the rowers, as it's a lot choppier and harder to row through. But we've been blessed so far. It's a gorgeous day. Sun's out. Little to no wind. And we've had some great racing. We've had some great racing so far, and for some more great racing right throughout the day.
Very well said. We know race 25 now coming down the river, the school Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2 in lane 1. We have Shaw, lane 2, Sydney Grammar, and lane 3, Saint Ignatius. Looks as though Saint Ignatius in lane 3 have the lead back to Shaw and then back to Sydney Grammar in lane 2, with Saint Ignatius, as you see, being in lane 3, should hopefully take the outside and go outside the buoy. As we discussed earlier, the marshals will be policing this, but in a tighter race where there's 5 and the senior races, they're more likely to police this a little bit more harshly. But St. Ignatius doing exactly as they're meant to, going around the buoy right now on the outside from lane 3. And it is the Saint Ignatius crew coming through now in the last 250 metres of the race. The stroke there really leaning back into the water, allowing the boat to get extra boat run. That boat absolutely flying through the water. You can see what the crews are trying to do is trying to keep the boat running without going up the other way and pushing all their momentum and stopping the boat run by checking the boat. The Riverview crew doing a fantastic job there of showing how the boat can just run and you as a rower just tip it along. Fantastic row there from Saint Ignatius. Out of lane 3, that's Jack Whitson, Thomas Roach, Joshua Clancy, Jagger Short, coxed by Elliot Solomons and coached by Patrick Johnson. That is the 4th.
Gold Cup's always a great occasion, and there's plenty on today to go along with the rowing on the course. So if you are feeling hungry, there's plenty of stuff happening. There's the P&F merchandise and gelato stall up at the top of the hill, as well as selling those silver ore bases. So if you do win a silver ore today, make sure you get a silver ore base to hold it in. $25, all that money going to the amazing work that Jarjum College does, as well as the Cana Farm stall as well, selling some great produce at the top of the hill. Down here at the wharf, we've got the P&F cake stall, cakes, muffins, chips, and of course we've got the famous ORU barbecue, which I can personally attest to. Just had a great sausage, egg and bacon roll. Actually wearing a bit of it on my shirt now, but definitely worth it. Great food. So plenty of stuff happening right across the college today in support of the Gold Cup. Plenty more comments coming through as well. Andrew Howard's cheering on Joey. Looking forward to watching Henry Howard and his crew watching from Adelaide. So once again, great to see people watching from wherever they are, whether it's across Australia or across the world, if they can't be here today.
And we are up to race 26 of the school Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull. Just coming down the river now, looking like they're coming down the very right-hand point of Hunters Hill, just down the river there. In lane 1, we have Scots, lane 2, St Joseph's, lane 3, Kings, and lane 4, Newington. And it looks as though from up here, the Newington are in the lead, with Scots in lane 1 challenging them for first place. It is the Newington crew now coming down, about to take the turn back to Kings, who have made a big push throughout the second half of that race, the second 500 of that race, pressuring Newington as it comes down. Kings will have a slight advantage if their coxswain can give them a good turn coming through the last 300 or so metres, with Scots having a fair advantage being in lane 1, also if they can utilise that turn to the best of their ability. And it is Newington holding that lead off. Back to Kings, then back to Scots. Followed by St Joseph's coming up the rear. And that Newington crew Great example of keeping that boat running while all rowers rowing very much in sync. But the Scots and the King's crew battling out for second place here. And finally, the Newington crew coming through now to win the School Year 9 third Coxswatt Scull Division 1, that is Newington. Nicholas Sophisis, Rowan Costathane, Oscar Sharp, Jaden Sukia, and coxed by Dylan Henry. Back to the King's School, followed by Scots with St Joseph's coming down the last 50 metres of the race.
A few more comments coming through on the live stream. Got Alana cheering for Shaw and William Daly cheering on Riverview from Argentina. I don't think we've had anyone watching from Argentina before, so that's great to see as well.
We've gone South American. Well done. And just to reiterate, it is fantastic that we have such a global audience with us today, as well as everyone that's here with us today. Obviously, on behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Dr. Paul Hine, would like to welcome you here if you are just joining us or have been here for a little while. It's a fantastic event, the 140th edition of the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. It is the oldest race in the Southern Hemisphere, characterised by a famous dogleg turn and a 1,400-metre race. These schoolboys that are coming down now, the School Year 9 third Coxswatt Scull Division 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Sydney in Saint Ignatius in lane 2, and Shaw in lane 3. These rowers would have been used to rowing probably around about 1,000 metres, so this 1,400-metre course with a turn presents quite a challenge for the coxswains and the rowers. For the senior boys who are used to rowing 2,000 metres, it's a sprint, but equally can provide some pretty challenging racing. A very good race on for first place here with Saint Ignatius and Shaw, from my view, looking pretty neck and neck as they're coming around. Saint Ignatius will have a slight advantage, as we've discussed, coming around the corner, having that inside line, but they did start further back. To counteract this, we do like to, the starters will start each boat as a staggered start. However, there is an inherent advantage if your coxswain is far enough ahead and can give yourself a very good turn coming down to the last 300 or so metres of the race. Shaw coxswain getting very close to the buoy. And it will be a straight sprint down to the finish line between Saint Ignatius and Shaw, back to Sydney Grammar. Saint Ignatius currently holding the lead over Shaw, but a very tight race. I have Saint Ignatius by half a boat length back to Shaw. The Shaw stroke doing everything in his power to get the rate up and get the crew moving. But Saint Ignatius, powerful through the water, extending that lead back to the Shaw School. A prime example of great coxing, giving his team, giving his crew the best chance of this sprint down the river, with Shaw leading for the first 1,200 metres of the race, and it will be Saint Ignatius, the winners of the School Year 9 third Coxswatt Scull Division 2. Thomas Ball, Harry Christie, Sebastian Connor, Harrison Pollen, coxed by Harry Horden-Smith and coached by Patrick Johnson.
More comments coming through. James Dalton cheering on grammar. And we've got more people watching from South America. Harry also watching in from Chile, which is great to see. And I know Josh spoke earlier about the proud history of the Gold Cup and the 140th edition. Been raced since 1890. Was the first time the Riverview Gold Cup was held. Sydney Rowing Club have won the men's race 3 years in a row, going back to 2021. So they're looking to win it for the 4th time in a row here today. And Sydney University won the women's race last year. Last schoolboy crew to win the Gold Challenge Cup was Shaw in 2004. And we even had a crew from New Zealand win it all the way back in 1925. So it truly is an international race.
For those joining us from Chile, it's about 8 p.m. at night. On a Friday night, could think of nothing better than being in Chile on a Friday, being Santiago, Chile on a Friday night, watching the Gold Cup. Thank you for joining us. In this current race coming down the School Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull Division 1, it is Newington in lane 3 who currently have the lead. Back to Kings out of lane 2 with St Joseph's in lane 1 bringing up the rear. The Kings School putting on a bit of a push right at the end here. But Newington, with about a length, I don't think Kings have enough water to be able to catch them. Very valiant effort by the Kings crew. The Newington crew, fantastic example, getting their oars in crisply, timely together. And it will be Newington, winners of the School Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Nico Colantonio, Jeremy Cooper, Nick Byrne, Giannis Titmus, and Cox by Lachlan Haar. Coming down the river right now is the Division 2 of the School Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull. Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Saint Ignatius in lane 2, and Shaw in lane 3. We are at race 29. Running about 5 minutes behind the program schedule. The Marshals have done a great job up until this point, keeping everything on time. It cannot be understated the work that goes into putting on an event like this. So thank you to all of the staff and all of the volunteers from Rowing New South Wales and from Riverview who have helped put this on. It's a fantastic event every year, and it's great to see everyone turn out and give the support to all the great crews that are rowing. And it's currently Year 9, second Cox Quad Scull coming down here. And it is the Shaw School currently leading Saint Ignatius. Shaw leading this race about 2 boat lengths back to Saint Ignatius, then back to Sydney Grammar. And it will be Shaw winning the school Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull Division 2. That's Misha Minchin, Xavier Duvernay, Harry Fuses, Ollie Koch, and Cox by Seb Cheers. Yeah.
More comments coming through on the live stream. Imogen cheering on Joey's. David watching Arthur Roach from in London, cheering on Riverview. And a great comment from Max, who said he had the pleasure of steering my crew to victory, at least in the heat last year. Couldn't miss the chance to watch the next generation of grammar rowers in action. So great to have people commenting in, supporting all the schools that are racing here today, right across the GPS.
Just ticking past 11 p.m. in London on a Friday night. Thank you for tuning in. It's great to have all the support, as Luke's reiterated many times, nationally, locally, as well as internationally. We've witnessed some great racing so far, and there's more to come throughout the day. But now, race 30, the school Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Coming down the river in lane 1, we have Kings. In lane 2, we have Newington. In lane 3, we have St Joseph's. In lane 4, we have St Augustine's. This is the penultimate race of the school Year 9 rowers. As stated before, these boys may have rowed this race last year, but typically they'll be rowing around about 1,000 metres per race. So this race being 1,400 metres is a little bit further than they would have probably rowed before. But they're well trained, fit enough to definitely do this and make the distance. And it is Newington currently in first place here. Out of lane 2. Back to St Joseph's and Kings. And St Augustine's bringing up the rear in 4th place. It is a Newington crew with about 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the crews. Fantastic row here. This will be the 3rd or 4th Newington race in a row in which they've won. Fantastic display from Newington in the Year 9s. A dominant display. Keep an eye out in future years if you are going to join of the Newington College. These boys doing fantastically well. And it will be Newington. Winners of the school Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull Division 1, Hugh Jones, Ollie Stellamacher, Lucas Ross, Lucas van der Westhuizen, and Cox by Hugo Londrigan. That's Newington, back to Kings, back to St Joseph's, and back to St Augustine's. Sorry, that's Newington, back to St Joseph's, back to Kings, then St Augustine's.
And just checking back through the results of the Year 9 races, I do believe Newington have won from the fifth quad up to the first quad. In Year 9s, they've won every race. A really dominant showing from Newington in the Year 9 races here today. Great to see. Michael on the YouTube comments has just confirmed what I'm saying. Newington sweep the U9s. Great work. So great work to see there from Newington to be so dominant right across all the races there in the U9s from the 5th quad all the way through to the 1st quad. Really great showing. And hopefully those boys keep running for many years to come.
Just waiting now for race 31, the school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. Can't see a start from where we are here. We are running probably around 5 to 10 minutes behind schedule, but race 31, which will be the final race of the school year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, so the first of Division 2 school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have Saint Ignatius, lane 2 Shaw, and lane 3 Sydney Grammar. And we do have a start. That is lane 1 of Saint Ignatius, lane 2 Shaw, and lane 3 Sydney Grammar of the school year 9 first Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. Very tight race coming down here. It looks as though the Shaw and the Sydney Grammar crew getting very close to each other, potentially clashing oars there, with St Ignatius in lane 1 coming down. But it is all three crews pretty level with each other. Very tight race. As we come further down the race, I'll keep updating you, but it looks as though it is St Ignatius with a slight lead, back to Shaw, then Sydney Grammar.
Excuse me, I'll just...
At this stage of the race, we can't seem to pick who's in first place. All three crews, from St Ignatius, Shaw and Sydney Grammar, running a very competitive race. Maybe Shaw have about half a boat length back to St Ignatius, then to Sydney Grammar. But as we've discussed, the turn here will be crucial for the result of this school Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race. Shaw Coxon seems to have started his turn early and then straightened up. Probably the marshals telling him to be careful of coming into St Ignatius' lane. But Shaw and St Ignatius looking like they're going stroke for stroke here as it comes round the turn. Riverview may have a slight advantage coming around, but it looks as though Shaw may have just pipped Riverview to the post at this point of the race. But don't discount Sydney Grammar as well, also in the fight here. All three crews rowing incredibly well. The tightest race we've seen today. I have Saint Ignatius back to shore, back to Sydney Grammar. The Riverview coxswain lifting his boat's rate and the shore crew responding in turn. It is Riverview back to shore, back to Sydney Grammar. Riverview and shore about half a canvas in it between both of them. Riverview now half a boat length, just extending that lead against shore. A great race here. Sydney Grammar as well. It's very, very close. It'll be interesting to see the times here. Shore putting on a last-ditch effort. And I'll have to go to Luke there for the times, but I think it was Saint Ignatius back to shore just. But we'll see the confirmations of times. A photo finish. Fantastic race from both of those crews. That is Saint Ignatius of Tom Simons, Oliver Taylor, Edward Bateman, James Davis, coxed by Jack Daly and coached by Ned O'Rourke, and the Shore School of Will Reid, Sam Bathingswaite, Ed McDonald, Ollie Mott, and coxed by Harry Leahy, and the Sydney Grammar School as well, worth a shout out. Jackson Woolham, Thomas Kim, Will Dalton, James Wagner, and coxed by Marcus Shipway. Fantastic race, tightest race we've had all of today. Still waiting on official results for race 31, the school Year 9 first Cox Squad Skull. We will bring them to you as soon as we know. But if we turn our attention now up the river, we have the women's B grade Cox 4 coming down. Lane 1, the University of New South Wales. Lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. And lane 3, UTS.
We do now have the official results for race 31, which was the school Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Confirming the winners of that race were Saint Ignatius in lane 1 with a time of 5 minutes 09.66. Shaw coming through in second by 0.53, so just over half a second in it in that race. Really great close racing there.
Congratulations, boys. And that there wraps up the school Year 9 Cox Quad Skull races. And we've got race 32 now, some opens races. The Gold Cup has always been synonymous with schoolboy, schoolgirl, as well as opens racing. So we're going through now some women's Cox 4s, the women's Masters 8 in 2 divisions, and then some schoolgirl races that are coming up, followed by the first 8 races shortly behind them. And race 32 just coming past now. We've got UTS in the lead here of the women's B grade Coxed 4. Back to Sydney Rowing Club, then back to the University of New South Wales. We've now entered into the single oar or the sweep oar rowing categories. The key difference obviously is being each rower now holds one oar as opposed to two, and it is the UTS crew coming down right now out of lane 3, winning the women's B grade Cox 4 of Grace Burke, April Draney, Sienna Morgan, Jade Bliss, and coxed by Sophie Castellas. Sydney Rowing Club crossing the line there in the women's B grade Cox 4, all the way back to University of New South Wales out of lane 1.
Race 33 now. We've got the Women's Masters 8 Division 1. We've got North Shore in lane 1, Leichhardt in lane 2, and another North Shore crew in lane 3. So into the club racing now. And for those unfamiliar with Masters rowing, crews are graded based on the average age of the crew. So the North Shore crew in lane 3 started off go, or the gun. And then Leichhardt and North Shore, who are C grade, both then went after 11 seconds. So with Masters rowing, different ages. And so with those handicaps, hopefully we are then, by the time they reach the finish line, by the time they reach the final sprint, the final 300 metres, all the crews ideally should be level. And it does make for some great rowing. And it does show as well from the U8 schoolboy races where you've got 13 and 14-year-olds rowing to these Masters races. Usually we have men's Masters as well, but I think we've only got women's Masters today. And we've got people rowing well into their 70s. So it really is a sport for all ages, and it's great to see. So if you're down here watching today and you want to give it a go, there are plenty of Learn to Row programs at clubs right across Sydney. And it's always great to give it a crack and have a go. And you yourself could be rowing to the Gold Cup. My apologies, we do have some men's Masters rowing later in the day, which is great to see as well. And just like the schoolboy and schoolgirl races throughout the day, these club rowers also racing for a coveted silver oar as well, which is great to see. And it looks like the Leichhardt crew in lane 2 building a rather solid lead back to the 2 North Shore crews in lanes 1 and 3. The crew from Leichhardt just starting to approach the turn now. Final 300 metres. And as Josh was saying earlier, we've returned now to sweep rowing. So the rowers will have one oar in each hand, rather compared to the scull rowing, where they have two oars in each hand. Coxon there doing a great job to take the turn as they begin the final 300 metre sprint for home. Coming into the final 150 metres now, it is the crew, the C-grade crew from Leichhardt, with a strong lead back to the two crews from North Shore. Really nice, tidy rowing here from the crew from Leichhardt. Built a nice, sizable lead early on in the race, and it served them well as they come through the final 50 metres here. Getting good run through the boat, looking nice and relaxed. And it'll be Leichhardt who take out race 33, Division 1 of the Women's Masters 8. Diane Williams, Em Barrick, Susan Huggett, Sarah Brown, Nikki Lopresti, Jennifer Zongor, Daniela Borgett, India Evans, coxed by Sebastian Clandig and coached by Steve Sherry. Back to North Shore in lane 1. Alexandra Pinkham, Rebecca Hourigan, Samantha Judges, Peter Kwok, Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Cox Jennifer Pollock, and coached by Kim Rudder. And North Shore also coming through in third place. Leanne Johnson, Sasha Tuchowski, Sarah Kavanagh, Gail Donkin, Mary McCulley, Bryony Short, Christina McCullough, Elizabeth Buzo, Cox Jennifer Pollock, and coached by Justin Peters.
Thanks, Luke. Just a reminder, everyone, that if you are here today supporting the Riverview Gold Cup, there are other ways to support the great work that goes on behind the scenes by the Old Boys Union as well as the PNF. Up the top of the hill, we have a fantastic selection of the PNF merchandise and gelato store. You can also buy some silver ore bases up there. As you're aware, the silver ore, it's a little bit like a necklace, but you can buy a base for it that you can put your silver ore in. They were made by Year 11 student Matthew Biggs, and they're available at that merchandise store for only $25. All the proceeds from your purchase go to Jarjum College, which is empowering urban Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in Redfern. And furthermore, down on the wharf, we have the Old Ignatius Union barbecue and cake stall. But all of the proceeds from that are going towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. So please, if you're feeling peckish or would like to support any of the great causes or buy some merchandise or a silver ore base, please head to the top or the bottom of the hill where you can find all number of selections of that as well.
Thanks, Josh. Race 34 now, the Women's Masters 8, Division 2. 3 entrants in this race. North Shore in lane 1, and Abbotsford Composite in lane 2, made up of rowers from Abbotsford and Mossman Rowing Club, and North Shore in lane 3. I'll grab it, thank you. And like our Masters rowing before us, so the North Shore crew in lane 3 started rowing off the starter's gun, and then the Abbotsford and North Shore crews in lanes 1 and 2 both started rowing after 19 seconds. And once again, that's based off the grading you get, which is worked out off the average age of the crew members. And rowing ability as well in previous race results. It does look like the North Shore crew in lane 3 holding the lead at the moment as they just disappear out of view from where I'm standing. But North Shore in lane 1 definitely not out of it either. And I believe Abbotsford's slightly further back as well. So some great rowing. Once again, really is a sport for all ages, right from the 13, 14-year-olds rowing in the schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, after these Masters rowing races, we've got people rowing in their 20s right the way through to their 70s, which is great to see. And as they approach the final 250 metres, it's going to be a battle between the two North Shore crews for victory in Division 2 of this Women's Masters 8 race. And it's the North Shore crew in lane 3, just upping their rate a bit, getting a bit more run through the boat as they start to pull away ever so slightly and build out that lead to about a length now as they approach the final 100 metres of this race. North Shore crew in lane 1 making a real go of it. But as they enter the final 50 metres, looking ever more likely that it'll be the North Shore crew from lane 3 who take out Division 2 of the Women's Masters 8. The crew, Madeline Gross, Karen Samet, Caroline Boyce, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Kimberly Ballingall and coached by Kim Rudder. And North Shore also coming through in second place. Fiona Angelis, Sarah Culhane, Caroline Reid, Sarah Abbott, Julie Boehm, Annalise Appleton, Jo Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker, Penny Morris is the cox, coached by Peter Kwok. And the Abbotsford Composite coming through now in third place. Made up of rowers from Abbotsford and Mossman Rowing Club. Judith McDonald, Sally Maspero, Janky Adya, Yanez Rowe, Yvonne Connick, Catherine Naito, Petra Macasil, Susan Carew, Amy Naito is the cox, coaches Steve Sherry and Charles Lloyd-Jones.
If you are joining us here today for the first time, welcome on behalf of Dr. Paul Hine and the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw. We'd like to welcome you to the 140th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup Regatta. First held in 1890, now in its 140th edition. Only missed a few years due to wartime and other extraneous factors, but it's fantastic to have you all here with us. If you're watching with us here in person or online. If you are watching online, feel free to send through a comment. We are interacting with those comments and reading out. We've had people tuning in from all over the world. London, South America, Wales. It's a fantastic event, and it's great to see all the support you've given to this event throughout the year. So thank you very much. I'll hand back down to Luke, who's calling race 35, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, Josh. Our first schoolgirl race of the day, which is great to see. We've got Pymble Ladies 2 in lane 1, Askham in lane 2, and Pymble Ladies 1 in lane 3. And it's the crew from Askham who hold a lead of about 3 to 4 lengths back to Pymble Ladies as we approach the final 200 metres of the race. I might be mistaken, but my years of commentating, it's been a while since I've seen a crew from Askham here at the Gold Cup, so it's great to see them not only here today, but in a really strong position to win this race as well. One of the great things about the Gold Cup is it's not just schoolboy races, it's schoolboy, schoolgirl, club rowing, masters rowing, and then obviously our showpiece events, the Open 8 races at the end of the day, later this afternoon. But approaching the final 50 metres now, it will be the crew from Askham who take out race 35, the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. The crew, Lucy Yabsley, Sabrina Coxar, Kitty Elias, Kitty Cusack, Chloe Hitchens is the cox, coached by Christopher McCarthy. Big congratulations to them. Fantastic effort. Pymble Ladies 1 in lane 3 will come through in second place. Matilda Gilmore, Akalia Robinson, Madeline Woods, Ellie Hennessy, Amy Zhang. Nityasri Viswanathan is the cox, coached by Angus Webster. And Pymble Ladies 2 coming through in third place. Iris Wang, Madison Hodgetts, Erica Williams, Akalia Robinson, Matilda Gilmore, Mia Solomons is the cox, coached by Lucinda Wykeham Phoenix. Yeah, that's the B final. We did have people coming through asking us earlier here in person and on the live stream as well when the finals of the school first eight rowing would be, and that's happening right now. We've got the B final up first. So these crews not racing for a silver oar, but some great experience ahead of the river later in the season. Definitely racing for their pride as well. That's what I need, thank you. We've got two entrants in this race. We've got Sydney Grammar in lane 2 and St Augustine's in lane 3. But it will be interesting to see if the marshals let them both inside the turning buoy, whether St Augustine's will have to go around. They do look to be maintaining their positions, maintaining their lanes at the moment. Grammar in 2 and Augustine's in 3. And it does look to be quite a tight race at the moment. Sydney Grammar maybe just holding a half a length to a length lead at this stage as they approach halfway. Great as always to see so many people down here at Cove Cottage, down on the foreshore, here at the ferry wharf as well. It is one of the great things about the Gold Cup is there are so many vantage points from where you could watch this race and really get a full view of the course. Really makes the event what it is. Great to have the spectator craft on the other side as well. From a whole variety of schools, Newington, I can see Scots and Kings. Sure there's a Joey's boat out there as well. The big Go Grammar banner right out the back at the house there. I'm sure they're having a party. Don't know if they're able to hear me though. But as they take the turn now and head for home, it is the crew from Sydney Grammar holding a 2 to 3 length lead in this B final of the school first eight. Both these crews just narrowly missing out on making the A final in their respective heats. But as they approach the final 100 metres now, it is the crew from Grammar just lengthening out that lead over St Augustine's. Rating just slightly higher, getting a bit more boat run. Great row there from Grammar and from Augustine's as well in this B final. The crew from Grammar, Ben Fairbrother, Lachlan Struthers, Rory Lambert, Sterling Van Ass, Curtis Pepper, William Ellis, Toby Berkeloo, Charlie Slack, Ian Beria is the Cox and coached by Christopher Iredale, and St Augustine's, Rory Parker, Jay Taylor, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Jarita, Max Tancred, William Pender, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Ryder Taylor is the Cox, coaches Bjorn Ungermack and Judith Ungermack. And we do now have one of the showpiece events of the day, the A final of the school first eight. So these four crews, Scott's in lane 1, King's in lane 2, Saint Ignatius in lane 3, and Shaw in lane 4. These four crews finishing first and second in their respective heats earlier this morning. I don't know, plenty of people here watching along eagerly, both down here at the foreshore, on the pleasure craft, and on our live stream on YouTube as well. Plenty of people commenting in about their excitement to watch this race. And as they approach halfway, it does look like Saint Ignatius in lane 3 is just holding the lead at the moment. Back to Shaw in lane 4. But as we know, with that dogleg turn, anything can happen. And that'll bring the crews from Scots and Kings right back into this race, you'd have to say. It is Riverview leading, back to Shaw, then to Scots and Kings. Might head over to Josh briefly if he's got a better view on the live stream.
We do have Saint Ignatius have turned the corner now, coming down the bend very well with the Shaw School. Probably just coming down now, using all that advantage, but it would be Saint Ignatius in the lead. Back to Shaw.
Saint Ignatius taking the turn now. They've straightened up really well, heading for home. And then Shaw and Scott's probably battling it out for second place here. definitely not out of it, but they are starting to run out of water as we approach the final 100 metres of this race. Riverview in the distinctive yellow boat being cheered along here at Cove Cottage and on the foreshore, being warmly received. Great row from the boys. Shaw coming through in second, Scott's in third, and back to Kings in fourth, who might have had some slight issues. But a great row from Saint Ignatius, who take out the school first 8 A final. Sebastian Zuckerman, Jerry Holmes, Alistair Brown, Ambrose Hennessy, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Angus McGrath, George Field, Henry Burton's the Cox, coached by Matthew Curtin. Shaw in second, Preston Scott, Liam McFarlane, Oliver Edwards, Ben Muffet, Charlie Galligan, Ollie Harvey, Rory Hall, Alex Smith, and Mackenzie Fox is the Cox. Back to Scott's in third, Edison Lowe, Henry Pursehouse, Harrison Heinrichsen, Charles Brand, Lachlan Moore, Samuel Stewart, Tom Juricic, Jack Pinn, Conrad Lowe's the Cox, coached by Amos Noon. And Kings, whose strokes unfortunately lost his oar. They've had some issues here. Would have been right in the race otherwise. Mac Mason, Charles Barker, William Farrer, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Campbell Wickham, Tom Whalen, William Rogers, Otto Gerbers the Cox, coaches Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. Great racing there. Hopefully we'll see those schoolboys crews competing in the Open 8 heats later in the day, and hopefully give the university and club crews a real go of it as well. Just waiting on the official results from those races, and we'll get Josh to bring you those times as soon as we have them from the marshals. As we wait for those official results, we do have race 38 underway, the school Year 10 fourth 8, and this is a straight final. We've got 4 entrants: St Joseph's, Shaw, Scots, and St Ignatius. And so for these boys in Year 10, this is their first year of doing sweep rowing. For some of these boys, it'll be their first year doing rowing if they've joined in Year 10. And for those who have rowed in Year 8 or Year 9 or both years, they'll come from rowing scull oar with the 2 oars, and they've made the transition now across to the 8s, rowing sweep oar. Hey, good to see you. How you going? And just to mention, we will have in the Year 10s, so for the 4th 8 and the 3rd 8, for the 4th 8 we've just got a straight final. For the Year 10 3rd 8 we've got Division 1 and 2, where both those winners of both those races will get silver oars. But for the Year 10 2nd and 1st 8 races, they've got heat races this morning, and then they'll race in the finals later on. So the first 2 from those races will go through to the A final, and the rest will go through to the B final. And so in race 38, the school Year 10 4th 8, it is Saint Ignatius in lane 4. With a quite sizable lead at the moment, back to the following 3 crews, who all seem pretty close together. So it's Saint Ignatius in the lead at the moment, and then can't really pick it at the moment between St Joseph's, Shaw and Scots for the minor placings, but this race definitely isn't over yet. Cox from Saint Ignatius just starting to push across the course slightly with the lead they've built, so they can get a bit closer to that turning buoy. Ask him. Yeah, I can't remember the last time they raced. Yeah. Oh wow, it's their first time. Oh. I was going to mention that. Yeah. No, neither. And so as they approach the turn, it's Saint Ignatius in lane 4 in the lead, back to Scots in lane 3, and probably Shaw just ahead of St Joseph's for 3rd and 4th place. Saint Ignatius taking the turn now, as their boat just appears out of my view through the tree line on the foreshore. But it is this crew from Saint Ignatius holding quite a sizable lead as they come to the final 100 metres of their race. Yeah, we'll do it after this one. Saint Ignatius looking really strong here. And not to discredit them at all, but the more interesting race probably is for the minor placings here between Scots, Shaw and St Joseph's. But a great effort from Saint Ignatius. Really staked their claim in the first half of that race, and they've been rewarded with a very comfortable victory here. Michael Pedersen, William DeVos, Oliver Burgess, James O'Connor, Henry Clock, Alexei Slobodetsky, Alexander Teo, Luke Delaney, Cox Charles Lennon, Coach Timothy Seckel. And a great battle for second, third and fourth place here between Shaw, Scots and St Joseph's. And it'll be Shaw who finished in second place, 3/4 of a length back to Scots, and about another half a length back to St Joseph's. So some great racing there from all crews in the school year 10 4th 8. I'll hand over to Josh now, who has the official times from the school first 8 final.
Thanks, Luke. So in the schoolboy year 8 B final, we had Sydney Grammar, who won that race with a time of 4 minutes and 23 seconds, back to St Augustine's with a time of 4 minutes and 34 seconds. The A final, the winners of that race were Saint Ignatius with a time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds, back to Shaw with a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds, back to Scots with a time of 4 minutes and 23 seconds. With Kings, the stroke of the Kings crew, having some technical difficulties, they finished their race in a time of 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Got some more comments come through. Rowan White, go Shaw. Henry saying go Shaw. Storm saying go Riverview, and David L saying go Riverview as well. But Chris Knoll, who couldn't come today during being in rehab for a broken leg, thanks very much for the compliments on the commentary. We look forward to having you here when you're well again next year.
No. Yeah, you go. Yeah, that's still, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the coverage here as well as enjoying the spectacle of it all, please remember that the P&F merchandise store and the gelato store and the silver ore bases, they're being sold at the top of the hill. Also, a lot of various goods from Cana Farm are also being sold there. So all of those proceedings are either going to Cana Farm, which is a Cana Communities, event run farm. All the proceeds are going there, but as well as the silver ore bases are going to support Jarjum College, which is a school in Redfern, which urban Aboriginal children who are not participating or coping in mainstream primary schools as a result of their poverty and domestic circumstances are attending. So if you can please support them, that'd be great. And also at the bottom of the hill, and you can probably smell it, it's fantastic, is the Riverview Old Boys cake stall and barbecue. All of the proceeds towards that are going towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. So please, if you're feeling a bit hungry, please feel free to go down and get something to eat or go up the hill and buy some of the goods they've got at the P&F merchandise stall or buy a silver ore basis supporting Jarjum College.
All great initiatives, great products as well, raising some much-needed funds. Race 39 now, the score Year 10, Third 8, Division 1. Sydney Grammar in Lane 1, Kings in Lane 2, and Saint Ignatius in Lane 3. Saint Ignatius and Kings taking the turn about together, but it does look as if the Saint Ignatius crew is holding about a length lead at the moment back to Kings. And Sydney Grammar just starting to take the turn now as well. Saint Ignatius just lifting their rate, getting a bit more run through the boat as they pull away from the Kings crew here over the final 100 metres. Crew from Saint Ignatius doing a great job there to negate any benefit Kings had from the inside line. Looking really comfortable, sitting nice and tall in the boat as they come across the line and win race 39, the school Year 10 Third 8 Division 1. The crew, Kieran Dennis, Matthew Beeman, Duchar Waldron, Joshua Deister, Henry McRae, Boston Kirkby, Alexander Briscoe, Jack Hare, Henry Rose is the Cox, coached by Marcus Bambagotti. Kings coming through in second, Henry Haslett, Charles McLean, Jock McGrath, Toby Chung, Patrick Irwin, Callum Kane, Gus Collins, TJ Bradford, and coxed by Kingsley Ching. And Gramo, who'll come through in third. Piers Galvin, Ollie Bailey, Tarath Kumarage, Nicholas Kappelman, James Rinder, Billy Errington, Joshua Kim, Max Chen, Rico Zhu is the Cox, coaches Finn Brownlow-Zerson and Charlie Patterson. Race 40. We're only about 5, we've caught up here, we're only about 5, 6 and 5. Last race before lunch is the men's open 8 heats. Oh, yeah, sweet, yeah. Race 40 now, Division 2 of the school Year 10 Third 8. Shaw in lane 1, St Joseph's lane 2, Newington lane 3 and Scott's in lane 4. This being the last of the school Year 10-8 races that are in divisions before we move to the second and first Year 10-8s, which will be heats this morning and then finals later on this afternoon. Shaw in the lead at the moment, back to St Joseph's. And then Scott's in third and Newington slightly further back and fourth. But with Shaw and St Joseph's in lanes 1 and 2, that does hopefully set us up for an exciting finish here once they take the turn and make that final sprint for home. Shaw with about a half a length lead back to St Joseph's, and with that inside line, you can see the Coxsons starting to take the turn now. And with that inside line just starting to extend that lead out over St Joseph's. Great work there from the Coxsons from Shaw as he straightens his crew up to head for home. Just lifting the rate now slightly as well. And you'll often see that crews will make that final push for the 300 metres. The Coxsons will instruct them to lift the rate as they straighten up the boat and make that final sprint. Shaw extending that lead out over St Joseph's to about a length and a half now. Back to Scott's in third and Newington in fourth. Rowing through the final 100 metres now. Shaw just extending out that lead over St Joseph's, using that inside line to their advantage. And it will be the crew from Shaw who take out race 40, the school Year 10 Third 8 Division 2. The crew, Rob Kerr, Toby Crowther, Charles Ryan, Joel Hamilford, Braden McDonald, Sam Bowman, Liam Kennedy, Christopher Ewan, Jetty Sam is the Cox. Back to St Joseph's, Daniel Stewart, Fletcher Stephen, Angus Falk, Edward Reinhardt, Nicholas Campy, Julius Lum, George Graham, Jed Holgate, Jack Ledden is the Cox, coached by Joseph Bradshaw. Scott's in third, Jesse Sapius, Eric Johansson, Philip Young, Rocco Rossi, Hamish Wiseman, Hugo Duplessis, Finn Ellis, Max Prout, Charlie Cameron is the Cox, coached by Thomas Hart and Michael Mackay. And Newington is drawing through the final 100 metres now. Will come through in fourth. Riley Bacon, Mitchell Smith, James Morris, Aston Rose, Aidan Fong, Connor Hunter, Oscar Browning, Gil Gracie, coxed by Ethan Gregory.
Tuning back to the live stream now. We've got 349 people watching, either nationally or internationally. Thanks very much for tuning in. Please feel free to comment, and I'm just going to read out a comment here from Sasha Rose Caligiros. The Rose family would like to extend their gratitude to all Saint Ignatius crews for wearing black armbands in honour of their beloved father, Robert Rose. Robert was a part of the winning first eight in 1958. That would be the first crew that ever won the Head of the River for Saint Ignatius College. So thanks very much to all the Saint Ignatius crews for doing that. And please pass on our condolences to the Rose family and to Robert Rose. Just some more comments coming through. We've got Will who's saying go view. Thanks very much, Will. Obviously, if you're joining us on the live stream, please feel free to comment. We'll read it out. But just in between this race, we've got a new commentator who's joining us this year. Former Riverview rower, old boy, same year as me. Riverview, left Riverview in 2012. Michael Marr. Michael, welcome. How does it feel to be back here at Riverview and witnessing the day?
Oh, g'day, Josh. It's an absolute pleasure to be back here at the Gold Cup on this beautiful, sunny Sydney day. The races this morning, I've been tuning into the live stream. You guys have been doing an incredible job. So I know I've got a lot to live up to here, but absolutely chuffed to be here.
Thanks, Michael. Well, we're going to have you on later on in the live stream and to do some commentary and to call the races, but we welcome Michael here as part of the team. My name's Josh Jandles. I'm joined by Luke O'Brien and now Michael Marr. Thanks very much for having us today, ladies and gentlemen. And we are coming back now to the next race, which I'll hand over to Luke to call.
Thanks, Josh and Michael. Race 41 now underway, the school year 10 second 8. This is heat 1. So like the school first 8 earlier this morning, the first two crews, the crews that finish first and second in this race, will progress to the A final later on this afternoon. And the crews finishing third and fourth will progress through to the B final also later on this afternoon. We've got 4 entrants in this race. We've got Newington in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, Scott's in lane 3, and Saint Ignatius in lane 4. And looking like Shaw and Saint Ignatius in lanes 2 and 4 respectively, just pulling ahead of Newington and Scott's in lanes 1 and 3. You'd say Shaw with that inside line as they approach the turning pylon might just pull ahead of Saint Ignatius. So if Saint Ignatius want to maintain that lead, they'll have to work a bit harder here before they go around the outside of the turning buoy. But of course, the main aim for both these crews is just to get through to that A final later on this afternoon. Put in a good time and see where the lane draw ends up for them later this afternoon. Shaw just taking the turn now in lane 2, along with Saint Ignatius in lane 4, who might just start to push in a bit with the lead they've built over Scots. But both those crews straightening up and heading for home now as Newington and Scots slightly further back do the same. And it is Shaw who probably hold about a length lead back to Saint Ignatius at this stage. Both those crews looking quite strong here in this first heat for the school year 10 second 8. And with the lead the two crews have built over Newington and Scots, they both know that from about now they're both safely through to that A final for the much bigger race later on this afternoon. Still being cheered on loudly by supporters down here on the foreshore. Riverview making a late push of it to close that lead to about 3/4 of a length. But it'll be Shaw who finished first, Riverview in second. Both those crews through to the A final this afternoon. And then Scots and Newington battling it out for third and fourth. Scots will come through in third. Half a length back to Newington in fourth. Both those crews through to the B final also later on this afternoon. And I will hand over to Josh shortly once we get the official timings from those races and we can compare with the second heat that's also coming down the course now as well.
Just on the live stream, we've got a few more supporters. Some Go Newington and some Go Shores. Great to see everyone supporting their schools as they're coming down here to the Gold Cup. And just from Simon Germain, wishing Hugo Germain from Grammar best of luck today from the UK. Thanks for tuning in. It's getting around midnight in London. So a late one for yourself, but thank you for tuning in.
Always great to see people tuning in from right across the world. Truly is a global event. So we've got Heat 2 now of the school year 10 second 8. 3 entrants in this race. St Joseph's in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2 and Kings in lane 3. And once again, first and second in this race will go through to the A final and third will go through to the B final. And so it was Saint Ignatius and Shaw that made it through to the A final in the first heat and Newington and Scots who went through to the B final. King's crew in lane 3, holding the lead at the moment as they start to turn around the turning buoy. And then a really tight battle here for second between St Joseph's and Sydney Grammar. Sydney Grammar were probably holding second about 200-300 metres ago, but St Joseph's made a real push of it here to launch themselves into second as they turn the pylon as well. All 3 crews here really close as they battle out for those top 2 spots to get through to that A final this afternoon. Looking very tight between Joey's and Kings. St Joseph's really using that inside line to their advantage. So I'd say take the lead here by about half a length. Back to Kings. And Grammar's certainly not out of it, but they're going to have to make their push very soon as we approach the final 100 metres. Joey's just extending that lead out over Kings to a length now. They're a bit sloppy earlier in the race, but this Joey's crew's really come together well. And they'll be hoping to emulate this back half of the race in the A final later on this afternoon. But a great effort from St Joseph's there to take out Heat 2 of the Year 10 second 8. They'll progress through to the final along with Kings. And so that final will be St Joseph's, Kings, Saint Ignatius and Shaw. And Grammar coming through in third. They'll go through to the B final along with Scots and Newington. So we'll wait for the official times. We should get those through shortly from the marshals down at the ferry wharf, and we can compare what those times look like ahead of the finals this afternoon. Do you have the times for race 41?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the times in from race 41. That was the Year 10 second 8 Heat 1. We had Shaw in first place with a time of 4 minutes and 38 seconds. We had Saint Ignatius coming in at second with 4 minutes and 41 seconds. Scots was third with 4 minutes 53 seconds, and Newington with 4 minutes and 55 seconds. In Heat 2 of the Schoolboys Year 10 second 8, we had St Joseph's just come in then with the win at 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Kings with 4 minutes and 57 seconds there in second place. And in third, we had Sydney Grammar at 5 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thanks for the results there, Michael. Setting up some really interesting finals later on this afternoon. We've got race 43 now, the School Year 10 First 8 Heat 1. 4 crews in this race. Scots in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Saint Ignatius in lane 4. Once again, first and second going through to the A final, third and fourth going through to the B final. We've got some really tight racing at this stage. I think Newington in lane 3 probably just in front. Probably back to Riverview and Kings, and Scott's definitely not out of it either with that inside line they'll have at the turn. But from where I'm standing, it looks like we're set up for a really tight race here for those first 2 places through to the A final. All 4 crews just taking the turn now. I'd say Newington back to Kings, then Scots. I think Kings might have just pulled ahead with the inside line. Scots using that to their advantage as well. Saint Ignatius not out of it either. But this is going to be really tight for first and second for these crews that want to get through for that A final and race for that silver ore. They're going to have to make their move now. This is a really fast, really quick heat. You can hear the support coming from here on the foreshore, over on the supporter craft as well. It's Kings in first by about a canvas, probably back to Scots, then Newington. Saint Ignatius about a length back in lane 4. It's all about that race for second. Who can claim that second spot into that A final? Scott's making a real push of it here. Same with Newington. Does look like Kings will just hold on by about a quarter of a length to take the win. And then probably a canvas in it. I will wait for the official results from the marshals to see which 2 crews are through. It's definitely Kings through to that A final, and then it's wait for the marshals to hear whether it's Scots or Newington who'll go through that A final, and who's through to the B final along with Saint Ignatius. But some great racing there in the Year 10 First 8. And we've got the second heat coming down now as well. Grammar in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3. First and second going through to the A final, third going through to the B final. As soon as we get those official results, we will bring them to you. We are standing by up here. In this second heat, it does look like Shaw's got the lead at the moment. Back to Joey's in second, and then Grammar in third. Grammar and Joey's probably going to battle it out here for second place and that spot in the A final this afternoon. Grammar definitely not out of it. It's going to be a real battle between Grammar and St Joseph's for second place. But Shaw with a very strong lead here as they enter the final 100 metres. As they look to stake their place in that A final. And Joey's just starting to pull away from Sydney Grammar. Just up their rate slightly, getting a bit more run through the water. Got that lead out to about half a length now. And so it will be Shaw through to the A final of the Year 10 first 8. Back to Joey's in second, also through to the A final. And then Sydney Grammar in third will go through to the B final. I will hand over to Michael now, who has the official results and timings from Heat 1, so we can find out who went through to the A final along with Kings.
Thank you, Luke. So over here in looking at the time, race 43 which was the schoolboys Year 10 first 8 Heat 1. We had Kings coming through there in first place with a time of 4 minutes 34 seconds, and then we had the very close there second and third place. So second was Scots with 4 minutes and 35 seconds, with Newington then coming in at third, 4 minutes 36 seconds, and in fourth place there Saint Ignatius with 4 minutes 42 seconds.
So that will be Scots progressing there with Kings, Shaw and Joey's into the A final of the Year 10 first 8. Coming down the course now, race 45, the men's B grade quad scull. In lane 1, we have UTS. Lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. And lane 3, UTS number 2 crew. As we've said today, this is a schoolboy and club event. The Gold Cup has been for its 140-year duration. So it's great to see some of these clubs come down here and support the race. Now, it will be the UTS crew in the lead, but Sydney Rowing Club have cut behind them and gone into lane 1, so both crews have swapped lanes. But it is the other UTS crew, both UTS crews, both leading this race. So the UTS crew from lane 3, currently leading back to the other UTS crew from lane 1, back to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, but they've swapped lanes. So the men's B grade quad scull, it is UTS number 2 crew back to UTS number 1 crew who are going to take out the men's B grade quad scull. That's Tane Potts, Kaylin Routley, Mackenzie Thompson, Patrick Burke, and they're coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. Back to the other UTS crew and the Sydney Rowing Club crew from lane 2. We're now moving into the women's B grade quad scull. Only 2 races in this race, that is UTS and Sydney Rowing Club. Following this race, we're moving into the men's Masters 8, Division 1 of that. So we're up to race 46 currently of the women's B grade quad scull.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for this race to come on down, we've got a quick correction here from the comments on the live stream from OR Queensland, correcting us here that the Riverview had in fact won the Head of the River 4 times before 1958, and that the 1958 crew was stroked by Charles Rowe. So thank you there for the correction. We were discussing ourselves whether or not we got that right, and we knew that the people would know. So thank you.
Thanks very much for that correction. Apologies for that. It was that Riverview had won the Head of the River 4 times before the 1958 crew, but still sending our condolences to the Rose family for their loss. But please keep interacting, reaching out on the live stream. It's a fantastic day down here on the foreshore. A shame that you can't be here, but it's fantastic that you can be with us online. It's currently 27 degrees. The wind has picked up a bit. It's a cross breeze, but probably coming down across the finish line. But down the river, it's probably a bit of a tailwind. So we should see these times start to pick up as the wind picks up. The tide is still going out, I should say. And that may affect the times later in the day once the tide starts coming back up. But these two crews coming down, UTS and Sydney, the women's B-grade quad scull in race 46, they should both enter the buoy on the right-hand side of the buoy looking up the river. That's towards the Huntersill side. Both giving themselves a great amount of time for the sprint, about the last 400 metres towards the finish line. B-grade, the women's B-grade quad scull currently coming down past the leaning pylon, as it's known, past the checkered flag. Pretty tight race here. Hard to tell who's in the lead from here, but I have UTS out of lane 1, potentially just ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew, but very tight race coming down here. We've now moved back into the rowers that have 2 oars each, so 4 rowers with 2 oars each, 8 oars. Very quick racing. Often these boats can go as fast as 8s. But both crews taking an interesting line towards the finish line. I should say that these rowers are coxless, so they've got no one steering the boat. And it's the responsibility of the bow seat to do so. And I believe with the line, Sydney Rowing Club may have given up a little bit of their lead from that, but it's still very tight. The UTS crew as well, coming together very, very close towards the finish line. There will be a clash of oars. And unfortunately, I believe for that, it would be UTS who will take that out. Fantastic race, but as you can see, without a coxswain, it can be very difficult to navigate the course with the bow seat controlling the rudder from their foot whilst they're racing. But congratulations to both crews, a fantastic race. But Holly Garner, Grace Burke, Jade Bliss, Lila Anderton, coached by Kate Healy. That's the UTS crew. And then the Sydney crew, Sydney Rowing Club, it's Xenia Palmer, Georgina Stevenson, Sarah Berrickrey, Amelia de Villiers, and coached by Charlie Patterson. Congratulations. Coming down the river now is the men's Masters 8. We have 4 crews in this race. Lane 1, University of New South Wales. Lane 2, Mossman Rowing Club. Lane 3, North Shore Rowing Club. And 4, Sydney Rowing Club. And as before, all of these crews are handicapped, which means that they will be going off different times from the starter. So the Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane 4, they will go on go. And the North Shore and Mossman crew will go on 5 seconds, and the University of New South Wales crew will go on 15 seconds. If you do look in the program, you will see the racers' names or the rowers' names, and next to that in brackets is their age. I won't read those ages out of fear of embarrassing some of them. However, it's fantastic to see that you've got a 67-year-old rowing all the way down to a 29-year-old, which really emphasises the fact that rowing is a sport you can maintain for your lifetime. And the two crews that are leading this race is the University of New South Wales and Mossman. University of New South Wales starting 10 seconds after the Mossman crew, so have made up some good ground coming into this turn. And it will be a very tight finish of the last 350 metres coming down here. And the North Shore crew now leading, the Sydney Rowing Club crew, leading out of lane 4. Back to the University of New South Wales crew. That Sydney Rowing Club crew went off go. And will the University of New South Wales crew have enough water to catch them? They are catching them as it currently stands, but it's a very good row from the Sydney Rowing Club. Will the University of New South Wales have enough water to catch the Sydney Rowing Club crew? But it looks as though it will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew taking out the Men's Masters 8, Division 1 of the Men's Masters 8, back to a valiant effort from the University of New South Wales. That is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Ken Rickard-Bell, Stuart Coap, Patrick O'Connor, Kyle Quizzow, Ross Pritchard, Jose Maria Segurola-Grai, Mark Binder, Robert McNeil, and Cox by Bradley Wooten. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Just a reminder to the pleasure craft to please stay off the course if you are leaving or if you are exited or manoeuvring, just so none of the crews are impacted. So please be careful if you are moving around, not to make your way onto the course while crews are coming down.
The next race is Division 2 of the Men's Masters 8, race number 48. Lane 1, we have North Shore. Lane 2, North Shore 3. And Lane 4, the Mossman Composite from number 4 crew. Following those races, we're going to move through the schoolboy races. That's the schoolboy 4 races all the way through the 8s. Just while we're waiting for the Men's Masters 8 to come down, we're very lucky and fortunate to be joined by a great commentary team here who have had a lot of different rowing experience in their time here, both as coaches, coxers and rowers. And Michael, who's just joined us very recently to call some of these next races. Michael, you rowed the Gold Cup 5 times. Did you win any?
Josh, that's a negative. It's and I think it is what is so special about this particular race is it really is special to win one. You do only get a few chances in your time at the school, and so to win one is really something quite special.
And so a silver oar may have eluded you, but as a coach, did you win any?
Josh, that's a great question. I do believe in my coaching career, I did manage to have a crew that excelled and managed to get a silver oar. One of the great joys of coaching is seeing your crew reach that success and seeing them execute on what you trained for and really bringing the best selves out on the day.
So take yourself back. You're coaching. What's your message for the crews today? Obviously, dogleg turn. You've got a coxswain in there, might be a bit nervous, home crowd, coaching for Riverview. What was your message on a day like today?
I think on a day like today, you've got the sun out, you've got beautiful clear water. The water itself is quite calm today. There's very low wind, so really it's just sticking in your lane, racing your own race, and really executing what you've been training for all this time and up to this point. You've put in all the work already, so it's really just about bringing it here on the day and enjoying it, soaking up the atmosphere as you come through.
Yeah, very well said. I think it's probably a noting to worth that the senior cruise is a bit of a sprint for them, and the junior cruise is a little bit further than they would normally row. So for a lot of those junior crews, you'd probably agree, it's their head of the river. They don't get to row at the head of the river. For the senior crews, it's a building block. And when you were going out there and when you were rowing, do you remember any memorable races that you might be able to call on? I don't know. I recall a couple against a rival school over in Hunters Hill that I was very successful against, but a little bit of different time. But any memorable races that you have, negative or positive?
One of the first ones that come to mind was actually rowing in a double with a bloke called Jack Robertson. We were up at the I believe it was the Schoolboys Head of the River, which was one of the events of I believe it was preceding the AAGPS Head of the River. We were in the B final. It was, I think, the first time we'd rowed that particular boat, or the second time we'd rowed that boat. The first time was the warm up. And we had an absolute ripper of a race, and I think we had a very comfortable sort of six length lead on that one. That was probably the best success I've ever seen in a rowing boat. All the other ones have been from the coach boat, really, and my boys bring it home strong. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to have you here today, and I'll just hand over now to Luke, who's got some further comments to read or some further times to read.
No, I just want to give it a shout out to Michelle Wooden, who said all the best to Sydney Men's Masters, watching from Philadelphia in the US. And just looking at the results, that was the race that just happened, race 47, and the Sydney Masters crew won that race in a time of 4 minutes 58. So great to have Michelle watching on from Philadelphia, cheering on the winning Masters crew from Sydney Rowing Club.
It's absolutely fantastic, Luke. And just now we're turning our attention to the race that's currently going, which is the Men's Masters 8, Division 2, North Shore, 2 North Shore crews in lanes 1 and 2, and then a Mossman Composite in lane 3. And it is the Mossman Composite crew that is leading the race. So by composite, it just means it's a crew that's racing out of the Mossman rowing sheds, but has a few different members of different rowing clubs that are rowing with them. And it is this Mossman Composite that is leading this race. They went off go. As well as the North Shore crew winning off 49 seconds and the other North Shore crew going off 57 seconds. I would just like to point out that in the Mossman Composite 4 crew, we have John James, the stroke, listed here as 87 years old, who's rowing stroke of that crew. So an 87-year-old gentleman rowing out of the Mossman Composite 4 who've just gone through and won that race. So that Mossman Composite crew, John James, Ian Toll, Graham Wern, John Strook, David Kay, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton, and they're coxed by Jacqueline Marks. And it will be the North Shore number 3 crew who's coming through, have just come second in that race, as well as the North Shore 1 crew who are just coming through now, just crossing the finish line.
While we do have a break in the action, we'll just give a shout out again to all that's on offer down here on the foreshore here today, both down to the foreshore and up the top of the hill as well. So if you are hungry, if you're up the top of the hill, there is the gelato stall, there's also the Cana Farm stall, all raising great funds. There's also merchandise on offer, plenty of great Riverview merchandise on offer for parents and for family. So if you want to get some stuff to show your support for Riverview, plenty of stuff on up at the merchandise stall. There is also at the merchandise store, there is the silver ore trophy bases made by, if I can find my sheet, made by Year 11 student Matthew Briggs, who's done that on his own initiative. And they look great. They're all handmade. They're all one of one. And the college is right behind him. All the money raised from those silver ore trophy bases going to the work of Jarjum College in Redfern that empowers urban Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in and around that area. It's a Jesuit school on a mission to educate and uplift kids facing challenges in mainstream schools. And not to forget as well, the amazing P&F bake stall down the bottom on the wharf as well. as well as the ORU barbecue. I've had one early today, sausage, egg and bacon roll, absolutely magnificent. All the work they do and all the funds raised there go to the bursary as well. So please get around it if you're down here. Get yourself a bacon and egg roll, get yourself a cake. Some gelato up the top as well. It is starting to warm up a bit as well. There's drinks down there as well, I should mention. And they do take cards, so make sure to get some stuff and support the great work that all those different organisations are doing.
Thanks, Luke. So the school 4-4 just coming down here. We have St Augustine's in lane 1, St Ignatius in lane 2. I don't see a starter for Shaw in lane 3, and the other St Ignatius crew, St Ignatius 3, in lane 4. So just a reminder, these are heat and then heat races. So the crews that come first and second in each of these races make it through to the B final. So at this point, we have the school 4-4 coming down of 2 St Ignatius crews and a St Augustine's crew, with both St Ignatius crews leading the way back to St Augustine's. My apologies, there is a Shaw school there. There's no St Augustine's crew, I believe, so it's just the 2 St Ignatius crews and the Shaw schools. So out of lanes 2, 3 and 4, and it is both St Ignatius crews back to the Shaw school, the St Ignatius number 1 crew out of lane 2, Darcy Hallam, Josh Delaney, Maximilian Burke, Luca Laspina, Cox by James Stack, going very well. That St Ignatius number 1 crew will progress to the A final, followed by the St Ignatius number 3 crew, who will make it also through to the A final for that race, and then Shaw bringing up in 3rd place. That St Ignatius crew number 3 is William Irwin, Oscar Holmes, Oscar Pidcock, Liam Wilkinson, and Oscar Dominguez. Turning now to race number 50, the School 4-4 Heat 2. Once again, the first and second places in this race progress to the A final, which is race 70. Later on in the day, post-lunch. In lane 1, we have St Ignatius number 2. Lane 2, we have St Joseph's College. Lane 3, Scots. And lane 4, Kings. It looks as though at this point it is the St Ignatius and the St Joseph's crew leading. Apologies, it looks like the King's crew is leading, back to St Ignatius, then to St Joseph's, then back to Scott's. But as we have discussed many times today, this corner is a vital part of any of the Coxswain's races that come past. If they can execute this turn, it will give them a huge advantage coming down to the last 300-metre sprint. St Joseph's Coxswain has started his crew's turn already, with the St Ignatius crew slowly in tow. The King's Coxswain as well has completed his turn, coming down now for the straight sprint. We're looking like it's going to be a pretty tight finish. Coming down for this race, just a reminder, the first two crews here will progress to the A final. In lane 1, we have Saint Ignatius, lane 2, St Joseph's, lane 3, Scots, and lane 4, Kings. And it looks as though it's the Kings and St Joseph's School out in the lead currently. The King's School looking very strong in this race, looking very calm, very relaxed as they're rowing through, very powerful. We talk about rowing, letting the boat run, allowing the boat to just extend after each stroke to make it look easy, make it look comfortable. This King's crew looking very powerful. And it will be the King's School winning the School 4-4, progressing to the A final of the School 4-4 in race 70, followed by St Joseph's College, who will also accompany Kings and progress with the two Saint Ignatius crews in the race 49 beforehand. That King's crew is Edward Woodhouse Badak, Isaac Fanua, Archie McMurtry, Lachlan Moore, coxed by Hayden Duke and coached by Tom Wickham. You want to go?
Alrighty, folks, we move on now to race 51. With Shaw in lane 1, Newington in lane 2, and St Ignatius in lane 3. Just going to give a shout out here to the St Ignatius boat. The boat is named after a woman called Marie Marr, who you may have guessed by this point, that is in fact my mother. So shout out to that crew in that boat. Yeah, that's it. Currently, it does look like Shaw is currently in the lead at the moment, coming up to the dogleg in the course, followed by St Ignatius and then Newington. Wind's picking up just a little bit here on the course, so we might see a little bit more. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to keep the boat nice and stable as they sort of come through.
Just want to give a little shout out to John James, who was in the 2 seat of the Masters crew before I called him out as the stroke. He was in the 2 seat. John James was 87 years old, as listed in the program. That's phenomenal age to be still rowing at. Thank you very much for contributing, and thank you to David Paul for pointing that out over the comments. Please, if you are watching online, please feel free to get involved. Give us a comment on the live stream, wherever you are joining from the world.
And as we return back to the racing here, this is the Schoolboy 3rd 4, Heat 1. We've got Shaw, that is leading the race at the moment. They started their turn first around the dogleg and have quite a considerable lead here with 3 lengths ahead of the other 2 crews. Newington is coming up here, currently placed in 2nd, with St Ignatius seeming to put on a bit of a push at the moment and about to row, trying to row through Newington here. Shaw's coming through here with quite a commanding lead. Great technique there. Nice composure. And it's coming in pretty close here between Newington and St Ignatius. St Ignatius putting in a bit of effort here and slowly catching Newington. But it does seem Newington has the lead here. I think as the buzzer goes there, we've got Shaw in first place, followed by Newington, and third place, Saint Ignatius. Great row from all three crews. Now looking back up the course, we have race 52 coming up to about the halfway mark in the race. Lane 1, St. Joseph's. Lane 2, Scots. And lane 3, Kings. This is the schoolboy third 4, heat 2. And as we come up to the dog leg now, we got St. Joseph's. It's just starting their turn now. Then we do have, I believe, Kings actually in lane 2 for this particular race. Doesn't look like we have a Scots boat in this particular one. Joey's with about a 2-length lead coming through the dog leg here. This is about the last sort of 100 metres of the race. It's where the effort really comes in and you pull all that stuff you did earlier in the race together. St. Joseph's really rowing quite beautifully here. Very confident finish in this race. It does look like St. Joseph's will have a commanding win here. Coming through there in first place with Kings bringing it up in second.
Just some further information that we're getting, and I'll get my fact checker to check this if we can, but you know, we've been spitting out facts that have been treated as misinformation all day, so we'll just read it anyway. But John James, the rower in that Masters race, who the 87-year-old rode in the 2-seat, not the stroke seat, he was a silver medalist at the Tokyo Olympics in 1964. Now, I will get my fact checker to check that, but as an 87-year-old who's still coming down and rowing, I think it's a testament to what the sport is and what the sport can be for you past school and later in life for you. So, John, if you are around, we'd love you to come up to the commentary box and we'd like to ask you a few questions if you're around about your experiences rowing as well as the Gold Cup and how that race was. But look, thank you very much for coming down here, and also thank you very much for everyone who's watching on the live stream for giving us this information. It's fantastic to see how widespread we're reaching. And yeah, Coxless 4 for Great Britain. I've just been informed. John James. John Russell, Hugh Wardell Yerberg, William Barry and John James won the silver medal in the Coxless 4 for Great Britain. Well, thanks very much for that.
All right, looking back up on the course now, we do have the schoolboys second 4, race 52. This is heat 1 of that particular division coming through right now. St. Ignatius in lane 1, Scots in lane 2, and St. Joseph in lane 3. It does look like, from my vantage point, that St. Ignatius has the lead at the moment as they come through the dogleg, and St. Joseph's bringing in second place at the moment. As I mentioned before, after this final turn, this is really when the race starts to heat up. The crews put in their big efforts, empty the tanks, whatever they have left, they give it their all here. Saint Ignatius here bringing in the lead quite strongly. And with about the last 10 strokes to go, it does look like Saint Ignatius will row this one home in first place. A couple lengths behind, we'll have St. Joseph's. And about 4 lengths behind that, we'll have Scott's.
Michael, what are your thoughts on the races so far? We've seen some great racing. Any crew that's impressed you so far? Any in particular?
Oh, look, it's a good question, mate. And I think, frankly, all the crews here have been doing an absolute great job. I think all the ones that have come through with quite commanding leads is always something very impressive to see. The amount of mental effort and the mental battles that happen as you go through the race, as you're hurting, as you're burning, and you're exhausting everything you have in the tank. It takes a lot of mental effort to hold those leads and command them to the finish.
Very well said. I mean, looking back from when I was rowing, I won one race here against St. Joseph's. Caught a crab the last 300 metres and won that race. There might be a video of it somewhere, but look, had great times rowing here, and as you said, all the crews have been rowing exceptionally well today. It's fantastic to see the races being so competitive. I don't think I've seen it this competitive in a very long time, so looking forward to the rest of them.
Absolutely. The standard of rowing at the moment is absolutely admirable, so just puts on for a great show today. Now, we do have race 54 coming down the course at the moment, just about to hit the dog leg. In lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 we have Kings, and in lane 3 we have Newington. Now, as we come up to the dog leg, it does look like Shaw has the lead at the moment. They've just commenced their turn. It does seem to be followed by Kings in second place at the moment and Newington in third. Shaw here coming through with quite a strong finish. But Kings very clearly here stepping it up a notch and putting on the afterburners to try and catch the leading crew. Nice long and strong strokes here from both crews. As Josh was mentioning earlier, the way to get the best boat speed is putting a lot of power through the water, but then letting the boat run and do a lot of the work for you. Let it glide. So Shaw here bringing it home very strong. I think Kings have made up a length in that last little bit after the turn there. So great strong finish from them also. And we do have a few lengths coming up, bringing up the rear here is Newington.
Well, Michael, I just wanted to ask, we talk about rowing as a sport that you can do at your entire life. I mean, the friends that you made when you were rowing here at Riverview, you get very close to them. You're spending, 9 days a week or 9 sessions a week with them in the boat. You do become very close to those people. We still see each other being in the same crew, and it's very easy to get on with each other. Mate, what do you think your best memory was about that camaraderie that you have?
Oh, look, I think, Josh, it's a good question, isn't it? The fact is, you do spend about 9 days a week with each other. It does seem like that because you're training every moment. Look, I think the truth of it is, it's when you're in those hard moments, the fact that you've got the confidence in the people around you, that they're putting in the best effort that they can, and it's sort of the support there, the mateship that you all share. I think in a crew, different to other team sports, is you don't have any individuals. It truly is a team crew. It's only when you're all in sync, all working together towards that one goal where you actually really shine and you get the best results. So I think the best memories are the ones of racing. In fact, maybe even just the training together. You just all devoted to that one single cause and bring it home.
Well, I'll let you call this next race whilst I'll ask you a few questions after that.
Thank you, mate. So this is race 54 coming down. This is Heat 2, the schoolboy second four. My apologies there, folks. I am a race behind here. So this is race 55. This is the first full race. Lane 1, we have St. Augustine's. Second, we have St. Joseph. And St. Ignatius currently bringing it home in first place, lane 3. Scott's in lane 4. St. Ignatius with an absolutely commanding finish here. Beautiful confidence and technique here. Scott's and Joey's bringing it really closely here. There's a lot of effort. And it's a close race there, but it does look like Scott's is going to come across the finish line first there with St. Ignatius in third. St. Joseph, sorry, in third. And so just a reminder, folks, that these are heat races. So the first 2 positions will go on to the final. So in that particular race, I do believe that was St. Ignatius and Scott's that will be going through to the A final.
Michael, I'd like to ask you another question. Obviously, there's a lot of support that has to happen with rowing crew, and I'd just like to make a particular shout out to the parents. The parents obviously here today, the parents and families, I should say families, because there's a lot of grandparents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts here today who are supporting all the boys. So how important is that support network? Obviously, you've got mothers and fathers getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning to take their children, but how important was that? Obviously, your parents played a pretty vital role in my rowing as well. But how important is that to the rowing community here, and of course at all other schools as well?
Well, I think going back to that question earlier, you asked me about the team thing, right? I think the family is part of that team in a sense. The amount of commitment and devotion and actual time and effort from everyone's families is also nothing to be underplayed here, because they are waking up at the crack of dawn for you. They are picking you up at odd hours where you're training later than the school buses or whatever are operating and moving around, making sure you're all well fed. You got all the right nutrition to get the best out of all your training. So it really does take the whole family to bring out the best performance in any individual that's down here. So I think an absolute worthy cause there to shout out the parents. And my mum and dad are still here, aren't they? So it's something to be said, I think, about what the sport can really do is bring families together as much as bringing people together.
While we're sharing our fond memories of rowing up here, plenty of people doing the same on the chat as well. Got Andrew C. cheering on from New York, cheering on the Krusty Krabs as well, who I think are rowing today. I think they might have rowed in the Masters. I'm not sure if the Krabs did. Henry Dixon just commenting and watching from East Timor, which is great to see. And Warwick Fisher saying fond memories of racing in the schoolboy third four, which he won as part of a shore crew by many lengths in 1968. So always great to see people reminiscing about rowing, about their time in rowing, which is always great to see.
Well, we might have to fact check that as well, but we'll be back.
Have to go through the records.
All right, folks, and now what we're seeing on course at the moment is race 56. This is the schoolboy first four, heat number 2. In lane 1, we have Newington. Lane 2, we have Kings. Lane 3, Shaw. And lane 4, Sydney Grammar. It does look like Newington is taking the corner now from my vantage point. There is a tree that is just slightly in the way that makes it a bit difficult for us to see all the boats at the same time. But we do seem to have Newington coming through here, at least a length ahead of Kings. And Shaw is also taking that turn now. It seems to be neck and neck between Kings and Shaw at the moment. Newington coming through here with a very strong lead, holding that nice long and strong strokes here. They're about 2 lengths ahead of the very close Kings and Shaw crews. The two of them absolutely battling it out right now in this final few strokes. It does look like Shaw is putting in just a little bit more boat speed than the Kings crew. but they are absolutely fighting and responding to each other. The coxswains eyeing each other down, calling each other, calling and asking the lads to put in a little bit more effort, a few more strong strokes to bring it home to the finish. It's looking very close here between Shaw and Kings. It's going to be too close for me to call. I only heard a single buzzer there. So we'll get some confirmation from the time box soon.
We will bring you those official results as we get them to see who's through to that A final for the school first four this afternoon. And Grammar crossing the line now as well in this heat. Got someone commenting saying they're watching from Kiev in Ukraine. Stay safe, and 2:50 in the morning from Kiev. All the best to you. And still just waiting on those official times and results so we can bring you who's through to that A final for the school first four. Of course, Saint Ignatius and Scott's already through to the A final of the first four. And St Joseph's through to the B final, just waiting on the official results. But please do keep the comments coming through. We've got 350 of you watching right now on the live stream. We've had a couple hundred more throughout the morning. So it's always great to see people commenting in, showing their fond memories of rowing, who they're watching. We're more than happy to give you a shout out. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you're watching. Great crowd down here on the foreshore as well and up at Cove Cottage.
All right, folks, we do have race 57 coming down here at the moment. This is the Schoolboy Third 8, Division 1. Lane 1, we have Saint Ignatius. Lane 2, St Joseph's. And Lane 3, we have Kings. Looks like Saint Ignatius is just starting the turn around the dogleg now. Kings and St Joseph's looking very close together at the moment as they come up to the dogleg. So Saint Ignatius bringing it home at the moment. Great strong technique there from the lads. And St Joseph's and Kings very close together at the moment. So Saint Ignatius, great composure as they come down here. I do believe they're rowing in a Hudson, that boat. The boat I used to row in, actually. And an absolutely spectacular effort there from the boys. St Joseph's and Kings bringing it home at the moment. It's only about a length between them, but it does look like St Joseph's has the lead, the lead at the moment. As they come to the final few strokes here, this is when you're really hurting, and it takes a lot of mental endurance to bring it home here. So well done to the lads.
We are still waiting on official results from race 56, the second heat of the school first four. But just confirming, as Michael said there, we do have official results from race 57, the school third 8 race that just came down. Saint Ignatius winning that one.
All right, folks, and we do have race 58 coming down the course at the moment. With two crews in this particular race. We have the Saint Ignatius second, third eight, and the third eight from the Shaw School as well. So lane 1 is Saint Ignatius and lane 2 is Shaw. And they're just coming up, starting their turn now at the moment. And it does look like Shaw at the moment is out in front with a commanding lead.
So we've just had confirmation from the marshals in the school first four, heat 2. So Newington won that race in a time of 5 minutes and 9 seconds. It was then a dead heat between Kings and Shaw in second with a time of 5:15.97. So those three crews will go through to the A final along with Saint Ignatius and Scots. So there'll be 5 crews in that A final for the first 4 after it was a dead heat between Shaw and Kings for second place.
Fantastic. Thank you for those results, Luke. And as we can see here on the course at the moment, Shaw bringing it home for the Schoolboy 3rd-8 Division 2 at the moment with a very strong lead ahead of Saint Ignatius. As we can see here, the Saint Ignatius crew bringing it home. Really, really incredible to see the amount of depth we have in talent across all the schools.
They won. Coming down now, we have the Heat 1 of the school's second 8. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar. Lane 2, Scots. Lane 3, St Ignatius. And lane 4, we have Shaw. It is the Scots and St Ignatius crews in the centre of in lanes 2 and 3 that are battling it out for first place. And just a reminder, apologies, the Shaw and St Ignatius crew in lanes 3 and 4. It is the first and second winners of this heat progress through to the final. But it is St Ignatius about half a boat length in front of the Shaw School. Heading down through the finish line. St Ignatius taking out Heat 1 of the school's second race number 59. That is Luke Bannerman, Walter Walker, Hugh Waldron, Zach Hyde, James Hehir, Christo Blinky, Jack O'Hara, Campbell Connor, and Cox by Edward Thorpe, coached by Joe Bockier. And the Shaw School coming in there second, followed by Scots and Sydney Grammar, who are crossing the line now. Race 60 is now well underway, just coming down about the halfway point of the river. Just about to come past the Hunters Hill point on the right-hand side of the river. We've got Kings in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, and Newington in lane 3. Fantastic row there from all crews. Very quick. We'll confirm those times with you very quickly, but just to confirm, the first two crews winning in that school second 8 will progress to the final, which will be race 79. But coming down now is race 60. Heat 2 of the school second 8 with 2 crews in this 3-crew race progressing to the A final, and the rest go to the B final. And it's looking like Newington have a slight lead back to Kings in lane 1 and then St Joseph's in lane 2. However, as we've discussed multiple times today, this turn where the checkered flag is can create a bit of an advantage for those crews. They try to counteract that advantage by staggering the start at the start line. However, it's ideal if the coxswain can get the turn right because it gives them a straight run down to the sprint to the finish line. And it's between Newington and Kings, I think, for first place here. Battling it out for the first place, but both two, just remembering the two crews here will go through to the A final to meet Saint Ignatius and Shaw. But I think it's Kings, probably about half a boat length ahead of Newington, who just have to hold off St Joseph's for a place in the A final. Phenomenal row there from Kings, rating about probably 6 points higher than the Newington crew, just taking it away from them a little bit more, and it will be the Kings school winning Heat 2 of the school's second 8. Back to Newington, then back to St Joseph's in third place. That Kings crew is Jackson Thomas, Charles Wallen, Oscar Petrus, Lockie Tyndall, Louis Todd, William Hurst, Lachlan Jones, Luke Fleet, coxed by Ty Watson and coached by Harry Randall and Stephen Edwards.
Just looking through the official results of those school second 8 heats so we can compare the times. So from the first 8, Saint Ignatius came in first place with a time of 4 minutes 16, back to Shaw with a time of 4 minutes 18. So both those crews through to the A final. And then the second heat, Kings also with a time of 4:16.83, so just under a second slower to Saint Ignatius, and Newington with a time of 4 minutes 18.69. So all those crews within about 2-3 seconds of each other in the second 8 for that A final this afternoon.
We're now heading into the heats of the Women's Open 8. So these crews, once again, will progress. The fastest 5 crews will progress to the Women's Gold Challenge Cup final, which will be the penultimate race of the day. So this is the Women's Open 8. In lane 1, we have Loretta Kirribilli. In lane 2, we have Sydney University number 1. In lane 3, we have Pymble Ladies College. And in lane 4, we have Sydney Rowing Club. So yes, in this race we do have 2 school crews versus 2 club crews, but there's 5 open spots for the finals, with the 5 fastest crews progressing. Looking down the course, it looks as though that the Sydney Rowing Club crew back to the Sydney University crew are leading the race, followed by Pymble Ladies and Loretta Kirribilli, who are pretty even at this point. Given it's an open entrance race, you would expect some of the clubs here to perform very well. fantastic to see all clubs and all schools come down and participate in the race. But it is the Sydney University crew currently leading the race. At the halfway point of this race. It will be a pretty tight race for second place here. I wouldn't put it past Pymble Ladies to put something onto the Sydney Rowing Club crew. All the women rowing in this race done a fantastic job so far. But it is the Sydney University crew with a very large lead. Loretta Kirribilli may have a very good chance to come here and cut the corner and make up some of the ground they may have lost being in lane 1 and at that staggered start. But it is Sydney University who've made their turn first and have now a straight run to the line unopposed. And the Sydney Rowing Club crew coming in second, followed closely by Pymble and Loretta Kirribilli. And just a reminder, it is the 5 fastest crews that progress here. So regardless of their place in the race, if they are racing faster than the second heat, there is a chance that they will be included in the 5 crews that get to go and compete for the Women's Challenge Cup. But it is Sydney Uni with about a 3-length boat lead against back to Sydney Rowing Club, back to Pymble Ladies College, then Loretta Kirribilli. It is Sydney University winning Heat 1. Back to Sydney Rowing Club, coming in second, followed by Pymble Ladies College and then Loretta Kirribilli. Very quick race, very tight race. But that Sydney University crew of Tiffany Botha, Taylor Caudle, Imogen Gray, Sophia Whitman, Grace Turner, Olivia Natty, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, coxed by Elizabeth Bolster and coached by Alfie Young, Tom Lorich and Alan Bennett.
We do have the official timings for the first heat of the Women's Open 8 race. So in first place, Sydney University won with a time of 4 minutes 33.44. In second place, Sydney Rowing Club with a time of 4 minutes 42.34. Pymble Ladies in third with a time of 4:45.56. And Loretta Kirribilli in fourth with a time of 4 minutes 50.81. So we'll have to compare those times with the times from the second heat, which is coming down the course now.
That's correct, and this is race 62 of the Women's Open 8, Heat 2. As Luke just discussed, the 5 fastest crews that are progressing. Lane 1, UTS have been scratched, unfortunately, so it will be Lane 2 of Loretto Normanhurst, Lane 3 of Sydney Rowing Club, and Lane 4 of Sydney University number 2 crew coming down the course right now. Still very good conditions for rowing. The water looks fantastic at the moment. It's a little bit hot. Mercury's hitting about 28 degrees. Expected to still keep climbing, so please, if you are out there, be sun safe. Slip, slop, slap. Slide and shade. From up here in the commentators' booth, we can see that Sydney Rowing Club are currently leading the race. Loretto Normanhurst and Sydney University number 2 crew are pretty close together. Loretto Normanhurst may have a fair advantage coming around the pylon. But Sydney University do have the advantage of starting ahead of them at the staggered start, so we'll see how much that impacts them, and having their own race to row being on the outside. And just as a reminder, as we have reiterated all day, lanes 1 and 2, if you look on the course, there's a buoy smack bang in the middle with a checkered flag heading on one of the pylons. Lanes 1 and 2 have to go inside that, so towards the Hunters Hill side, and lanes 3, 4 and 5 have to go outside that buoy. So there is a slight advantage to the crews in lane 1, but to counteract that, they stagger the start. So the marshals have a very, very fine job, and a very hard task ahead of them to try and stagger that start effectively. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew way out in front. Back to the Sydney University number 2 crew, and then Loretto Normanhurst crew behind them. And as we've discussed, it is the 5 fastest crews from both heats 1 and 2 that will progress to the final in race 80. Sydney Rowing Club currently in the lead here. Looking incredibly calm, incredibly relaxed, very powerful. Fantastic row. No backsplash at all from their oars. Beautiful row. That is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Grace Cypher, Catherine Mason, Hannah Keating, Emily Crocker, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Isabel Farah, Talissa Noak-Driver, Isabella Scammell, and Cox by Hannah Coap. Coached by Lockie Carter and Florin Griffiths. Sydney Uni crew coming in there second. Sydney Uni number 2 crew, followed by Loretto Normanhurst.
We will bring you the official timings as soon as we get them, and we can let you know those 5 crews through to the Women's Open 8 final this afternoon in our second last race of the day. While we wait, just want to read out a couple more comments on the live stream. Got Kerry Vance cheering on Sydney Uni from Christchurch in New Zealand, and Michael Egan cheering on Loretto Normanhurst and Saint Ignatius, which is great to see. Over 350 of you watching now the live stream. Always great to have a heap of people watching in from across Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, and even the world as well. People from South America, from New Zealand, from the US, the UK.
Coming down the river right now is actually Heat 1 of the Men's Open 8. So, again, the 5 fastest crews of this race will compete in the Gold Challenge Cup. In this race, we have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Saint Ignatius in lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, and UTS in lane 5. Sydney University number 3 have been scratched. It is Sydney Rowing Club and UTS who are currently leading this race. Back to the Saint Ignatius crew. As we discussed before, it's clubs versus schoolboys in these races, but it will be either UTS or Sydney Rowing Club. Very tight finish here. But it will be UTS who will win the first heat of the Men's Open 8, followed very closely by Sydney Rowing Club, and Saint Ignatius coming up in 3rd place. As said, it is the 5 fastest crews, so there is still a chance that a Saint Ignatius crew may be able to make that next race. But no Sydney Grammar crew and no Sydney University crew raced in that race, won by UTS. Heat 2 is currently underway of the Men's Open 8, race number 64. I'll just read out the numbers and then you can go. In lane 1, we have Scott's number 1 crew. In lane 2, we have another UTS crew. In lane 3, St Joseph's. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club. And lane 5, we have Kings.
Just going to go through the official timings now for race 62, which was the second heat of the Women's Open 8. So Sydney Rowing Club in first place at the time of 4 minutes 33. Sydney University 2 in second with a time of 4 minutes 40 seconds. And Loretto Normanhurst in third with a time of 5 minutes and 2 seconds. So the 5 crews through to the final for the Women's Open 8 will be Sydney University 1, Sydney Rowing Club, 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews, a crew from Pimple Ladies, and Sydney University 2. So it'll be 2 Sydney University crews, 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews, and the crew from Pymble Ladies College, with the 5 crews through to the Women's Open 8 final this afternoon.
Looks like only 4 crews started this race. Scots, UTS, Sydney Rowing Club and Kings. I will confirm that, but it looks like the St Joseph's crew did not start this race. And it is the Sydney Rowing Club and the Kings crew having a little bit of an issue there, getting very close to each other in lanes 4 and 5. From angle here, looks like UTS have taken that turn out of lane 2. The Sydney Rowing Club crew coming in just after the UTS crew. With Kings coming in slowly behind. Shortly behind. This Kings crew giving the Sydney Rowing Club a little bit of a push here towards the final 100 metres, as well as the Sydney Rowing Club crew trying to get the best time possible to make the 5 fastest crews that head into the Men's Open 8 final. But once again, it will be the UTS crew. Both UTS crews now winning their respective heats, followed by Sydney Rowing Club in this race, and the King's School then by Scots. So that UTS crew, Oliver St. Pierre, Henry Blackwell, Alexander Wood, Torben Ungermark, Joe Lynch, Austin Reiner, Nicholas Pender, Josh Wilson, coxed by Anna O'Hanlon, and coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermar. So just to reiterate, the 5 fastest crews from both of those heats will go through, so we'll update you very shortly on the timings and who's progressing.
We do now have the official timings for both men's Open 8 heats. If I could just pull those up. Second heat was much faster than the first heat. So if we look at the timings from the second heat, which, here we go. So we got UTS, who came through in first with a time of 3 minutes 59. Sydney Rowing Club in second with a time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Kings in third with a time of 4 minutes 09. And Scots in fourth with a time of 4 minutes 17. So those top 3 crews, UTS, Sydney Rowing and Kings, will go through to the final, along with the UTS crew from the first race, who finished in a time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds, and the Sydney Rowing Club crew from the first race in a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. So two UTS crews, 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews, and the Kings crew through to the final of the Men's Open 8 this afternoon. We'll pause now for the lunch break, and we'll be back with you for the final races in about an hour. No, should be right. Welcome back to the 140th Riverview Gold Cup. Just coming off the lunch break now. And underway, we've got race 65, the School Year 10 Second 8 B final. In lane 2, we've got Scots. In lane 3, Sydney Grammar. And in lane 4, Newington. Newington taking the turn first there. Back to Scots in lane 2, who've kind of assumed lane 1. I think all the crews have pushed over. More likely lanes 1, 2, 3 than 2, 3, 4. But Newington here maintaining about a half a length lead back to Scots and then back to Grammar in third. The crew's being warmly received by the fans here on the foreshore of the Cove River. And with about 100 metres to go, it's Newington holding about a quarter to a half of a length lead back to Scots. Scots making a real fight of it here in this B final. These crews not racing for a silver oar, but racing for pride here, wanting to win this race. Scots coming right back at Newington here, but Newington holding him off by about a quarter of a length to win the B final of the School Year 10 Second 8. Newington in first, Scots in second, back to Grammar in third. The Newington crew, William Chanter, Jed Robertson, Andrew Kaminos, William Gray, Benjamin Macdessie, Angus Edwards, Finnegan Finn Hanna, Liam Mitchell Zancaro, and Noah Clayton is the Cox. The Scots crew, Max Bukes, Finn Simpson, Bo Skelton, Oscar Tremlett, Aston Venklovas, Edward Green, Cooper Chabau, Max Tabor, Nick Phillips is the Cox, coaches Jake Delmenico and Michael McKay, and Sydney Grabber, Gabriel Song, Joe Lanigan, Harry Snow, Maxwell Shao, Sebastian Blore, Jeremy Court, Miles Watt, Yesung Cho, Raphael McInall Chapman is the Cox, coaches Finn Brownlow Zerson and Charlie Patterson. So we're back for the lunch race for these final 15 races of the day. We've got A and B finals for the Year 10 second and first eights. A and B finals for the School 4s and the School Second 8. And then our showpiece event, the Women's Open 8 and Men's Open 8 races to finish off this afternoon. Yeah, we're right, yeah. First race is just gone. Second 8B final. Newington 1, then Scots, then Grammar. Turning our attention back up the course now, we've got the A final of the School Year 10 Second 8. In lane 1, Kings. In lane 2, Shaw. In lane 3, St Joseph's. And in lane 4, Saint Ignatius. And about 500 metres in, all the crews looking nice and close at the moment. Probably the Shaw crew in lane 2, just with a slight lead. Probably back to Riverview and Joey's in lanes 4 and 3 respectively, and back to Kings in lane 1. Wind's just picked up a bit this afternoon, got a breeze blowing down the course, which will make it a bit more difficult for the rowers to keep the balance in the boat. Tide's up now as well. So we might see some slower times than what we saw this morning with these changing conditions as the breeze comes across. And a real challenge for the rowers as well. Much easier to row on nice, clear, flat water than it is when the wind picks up and creates a little bit of swell. Shaw in lane 2 looking quite strong at the moment. Not to discount the crews from St Joseph's or Saint Ignatius, but with that inside line, you'd have to say Shaw are in the strongest position out of the 3 crews at the moment. With that lead back to Kings, the Shaw coxswain pushing in there to take the turn and come into lane 1, orbit effectively. Great work from the coxswain there to take that turn and maximise the advantage of the inside lane. Leaving a lot of work for Riverview and Joey's if they want to catch up here and make a challenge late in this A final of the School Year 10 Second 8. Just the way the draw's done, I know. Joey's taking a nice turn as well there in lane 3. to take second place from Riverview, and King's now turning as well. But with 100 metres to go, it's the crew from Shaw looking very strong here. Built their lead early, used the turn to their advantage, lifted the rate as they came around that turn to give themselves a sizable lead back to St Joseph's, and then Saint Ignatius and King's further back. But it's the crew from Shaw who'll take the school Year 10 Second 8 A final and the silver oar as well. Henry Roxburgh, William Wycombe Fines, Sam Bowman, Rupert Forrester, Lawson Armstrong, Austin Hamilton, Hugh Riley, Alex Rogan, Eddie Brooks is the Cox. St Joseph's in second, St Ignatius behind in third, and King's in fourth. Great effort there from all crews. I think so, yeah. I think Marie's got the other. That was race 60. Yeah, A final. You score Year 10 Second 8. Yeah, I know, yeah. Right? 15, 16 races, yeah. While we are waiting for the next race to get underway, just a reminder that there is still plenty of food available down to the Old Ignatians barbecue. Cake stall down there as well. Chips and drinks available. Gelato up the top of the hill as well from the P&F stall. I believe the Cana Farm stall is still operating as well. And the merchandise stall from the P&F. So if you are hungry or if you are looking to buy something, plenty still on offer. And all that money going to various great causes as well. Still a great crowd down here, up at Cove Cottage and down on the banks as well, for these final 15 races of the afternoon. Plenty of support from the supporter craft as well on the far side. You can see plenty of boats out there. It's always great to see. Makes the event what it is each and every year. Beautiful day for rowing. Wind's picked up a bit, which will make it tough for the crews, but the sun's shining. Gorgeous day. Race 67 is underway now. We've got the school Year 10 First 8 B final. We've got Newington in lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 3, and Saint Ignatius in lane 4. But once again, you'd say like the B final beforehand, those crews will push across into lanes 1, 2 and 3. Saint Ignatius in the lead at the moment, out in lane 3, and not surprising considering they would have been given about half a length to a length lead at the start, considering they've got to go around the turning buoy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the this next race to come on down, just a little friendly reminder, we've got a little bit of an update from the P&F cake stall down on the wharf, right by the water. They are now selling a box of mixed cakes for only $6. All the proceeds go and support the bursary, so an absolutely awesome cause to get behind there and get yourself some nice little snacks to watch these last few races of the day.
Unfortunately, if you're tuning on the live stream, you're not going to be able to make use of that wonderful offer. If you're on one of the spectator craft, though, bring out a dinghy, come onto the foreshore, get yourself some cakes, take them back onto your boat. Yeah, of course, just do it behind the racing course if you are going to come out. But $6 for a box of cakes is a great offer, and all that money once again going to the excellent work the bursary does. As they approach the turn now, it's Saint Ignatius in lane 3, building out that lead. Back to Newington in lane 1 and Grammar in lane 2. You wouldn't rule out Newington, though, with that inside line. But looks like the coxswain from Riverview is doing a good job here to take that turn and set his crew up for home. Both Saint Ignatius and Newington taking the turn really well there. And I think with that inside line, I think Newington might just be in the lead here. Might just to come back at it in this B final. So we've got a sprint for home between Saint Ignatius and Newington in this B final over this final 200 metres. Both crews lifting their rate here. Saint Ignatius probably rating about a point higher. Being cheered on here by the crowd. 100 metres to go. It's very hard to call from where I'm standing. Both crews going stroke for stroke. The coxswain's urging them on. Probably about a bow ball in it. They're going stroke for stroke here. Maybe Riverview by about a quarter of a length. I think they'll just hold them off. Saint Ignatius by a quarter of a length. Back to Newington. Great racing there. And Sydney Grabber back in third. I will hand over to Josh or Michael once we get the official timings and results from that race. But you'd have to say I think it's Saint Ignatius by about a quarter of a length in that B final.
Thanks, Luke. We are still waiting on those official results, but as we are waiting and before the other race is about to come down, please note that we are online. If you are joining us in person, you can tell your loved ones who'd like to watch any family member you've got rowing that we are available online on YouTube. Just search the 140th Annual Regatta Gold Cup 2024. We've got a little chat box there. You can interact with us, send messages of support. We've got a message from Turner 13 for Go Bo Skelton, who just raced in the Scots Year 10 Second 8, and from the Townsend supporter crew in Adelaide. So we've gone national. We had other people joining in from Santiago in Chile, from London, from Wales. So please, we've gone international as well. If you'd like to give us a little comment through the chat, we're more than happy to oblige of some general support or any interesting facts or history. We had a gentleman before who came, who was an 87-year-old rowing, who rowed in the 1964 Olympics for Great Britain, who was rowing before. So please feel free to interact. And so the results now of the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8 B final, race 67. It is in first place. We have Saint Ignatius with a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds, 0.94. And Newington in second place with a time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds, 0.42.
Race 68 underway now. We've got the A final of the school Year 10 First 8. In lane 1, St Joseph's. In lane 2, Kings. In lane 3, Shaw. And in lane 4, Scots. And it looks like it's anyone's race at the moment, really. All four crews very, very close at the moment through that first 500 metres of the race, that first third of the race. St Joseph's and Kings in lanes 1 and 2, maybe just slightly ahead of Shaw and Scott's in 3 and 4. And you'd have to say, if they can maintain that lead, those crews in lane 1 and 2, it really does set them up to be in that great position for the finish with that inside line. I think Scott's and Shaw probably just need to be careful not to push across the course too much, because the marshals will force them to go around that buoy. If you come across too much, you've then got to come back out, and you're probably killing all of that boat run and getting your rowers to row a bit extra. I think the coxswains have just straightened up now, which is great to see. Probably picked their line, picked their course, so they can take that turn as best as they can. I'd say it's Kings in lane 1 with probably a length back to the other 3 crew. Sorry, Kings in lane 2, who are in first place at this stage, with probably a length back to the other 3 crews. But they're all going to turn about together here, and hopefully this sets up some really exciting rowing and a really exciting finish here over the final 300 metres in our final Year 10-8 race of the day. Joey's and Kings turning together there. Joey's done a great work taking the corner, as has Kings. Kings leading by about half a length back to Joey's. And Scott's and Shaw definitely not out of it. But with 150 metres to go, I'd say it's King's race at the moment. Joey's coming back at them, though. Coxswains urging their crews on as they pass the final red pylon in the final 100 metres of this race. Kings just starting to lengthen out their lead now. Drop their rate slightly, but getting slightly more run through the water now. And just holding off that final push from Joey's, who are making one last fight back, but they're going to run out of water here. It'll be Kings who win the school Year 10 first 8. Back to St Joseph's in second, Scott's in third, and Shaw in fourth. So that Kings crew, Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Platus, Louis Hodgson is the Cox, and coaches David Gelly and Ed Yorston. A big congratulations to Kings.
Got some comments coming through on the live stream. Got a Go Shaw from Walia, and Mark Flynn just sending a big thank you to all the marshals and volunteers for putting this event on. Here, Mark. Completely agree. Events like today couldn't happen about that. Another one from Andrew. Another shout out from New York. He's sitting in a bar and also says Go New. And Patrick Delaney thanking the commentary team. Informative and entertaining. Thanks, Pat. Appreciate your support. It's days like today, you know, we love doing it today. But, yeah, please keep commenting. Give us a little shout out.
Oh, we've got a break in the action as well. Just want to mention all of those who make today's event possible. So the Regatta Organising Committee, Dan Noonan, Chris O'Brien, Phil Elborn, Marie Marr, Jim Bustede, Harry Brogan, Bob Marsh and Paul Brogan. And obviously our Racing New South Wales race officials as well. The jury, Tim Wainman, President, Steve Sherry, Andrew Millican, Gregory Smith, John Johnson, James Tate, Graham Walker, Tony Adamo, Guy Bicknell, Mun Lum and Barbara Ramjam. So the race can't go ahead without both the organising committee and the Rowing New South Wales officials who make today's event possible. So a big thank you to them on behalf of everyone here today.
Couple more shout outs on the line. Henry Dixon saying good first job. Willie Porter, just shouting out Willie Porter there. Thanks very much. And Sondi saying go Loretto, shouting out to her sister, Chloe Alsop. It's great to see all the schoolboy and schoolgirl, as well as the clubs, come down here and support the event. So please feel free to keep reaching out to us and show your support. As well as Max Graham, watching from Gundagai. Thanks, Max. Unfortunately to some of the comments is we can't comment on individual rowers. But what a great race there from the Scots first Junior 8. I'll now hand back to Michael who'll call in us the next couple of races.
Thank you, Josh. So this is race 69 coming down now at the moment. This is the School 4-4B final. In lane 2, we've got Shaw, and in lane 3, we've got Saint Ignatius. It doesn't look like we have the Scots crew in this particular race, so it does look like just the 2 boats coming down at the moment. The wind has really picked up this afternoon. That's going to make the water a lot more choppy. Going to make it a lot more difficult to keep that boat on a nice stable plane, which does introduce a little bit of an extra challenge for the rowers as they come through. We want to make sure that those coxswains are taking that corner nice and smooth in order to try and keep the boat as stabilised as possible. Now it's very close to call at this point as they come up to around the halfway mark, which is about 200 metres before the dogleg. But it does look like Shaw is just a canvas ahead. So as we come up to the dogleg here, it's still looking very, very close between Shaw and Saint Ignatius. Once again, it does look like Shaw is just a canvas ahead of the Saint Ignatius crew. But we'll see what happens as they come around the dogleg here. Hoping, again, that they have a nice smooth turn around the corner here. Particularly with this wind, it's going to cause a little bit of an extra challenge there to keep the boat nice and stabilised. Looks like Shaw has come around that corner in lane 1. And Saint Ignatius just coming around now as well. It does look like Shaw is going to be a little bit ahead here, coming out after the turn. It is now a straight shoot down to the wharf and to the finish line. Shaw looking very strong here, despite the gusty conditions. And does seem to have quite a lead ahead of the Saint Ignatius crew. Both crews doing very well here to keep the boats nice and stabilised in this wind and dealing with the extra chop, but it does look like Shaw crew is coming through. You can see they had a bit of a wobble there. That's that wind coming through and destabilising the boat, but they are going to finish off strong here and come through, coming in first. So that was the B final for the School 4-4, and that was the Shaw crew that won it there, consisting of Jack Holt, Connor Glancy, Tom Curse, Will Bailey, and Cox by Liam Lee. Or Leon Lee, sorry. Well done.
More comments coming through on the live stream. Very nice one from the Scots parents aboard the Eclipse on the far side. Not sure if they can hear me, but some nice comments there. Thanking all the officials and volunteers for another terrific Gold Cup. It's always such a great spectacle down here, this being the 140th edition of the Gold Cup Regatta, which has been raced since 1890.
Now, race 70 is lining up at the start at the moment. The extra wind does cause a little bit of an extra bit of effort from both the crews and the marshals. The wind often pushes crews off track and out of line, so we're just taking a little bit of extra time to make sure that that start All those crews are in the right positions that they need to be before we can get this race underway. What will be coming down in this race 70, which is the School 4-4A final, will be the Saint Ignatius in lane 1, followed by Kings in lane 2. The second Saint Ignatius crew in the lane 3, and St. Joseph's in lane 4. Alrighty, folks, and as we can see here, the School 4-4A final is underway at this point. They're probably about 1/3 through this race at this point. When they get opposite some of the points on the headlands here, they'll hit around that sort of halfway mark. If you're here joining us today, this is the 140th anniversary of the Gold Cup Regatta. So it has been running since about 1890. So it's a very long history of this particular race. The last 3 years in the Opens Men 8, we have had Sydney Rowing take out the win. And in the Women's Open 8, we've had Sydney University take it last year. So it'll be very interesting to see those races as they come through later today. But as we come, we're looking on the race course right now. We've got race 70. That is the Schoolboy 4-4A final. And it does look like they're just about to hit the halfway mark. So probably around 200 metres up until they hit the dogleg here. And again, this wind is proving very, very challenging. You can see how it's starting to disrupt a lot of the crews out there, and it's in the commentary box, can feel it quite gusty. So coming up to the turn here, it does look like it's the Saint Ignatius crew in lane 3 that is going to hit the turn first, followed closely by St. Joseph's in lane 4 and Kings in lane 2, and the other Saint Ignatius crew in lane 1. We can see a few of the crews now have already come around that dog leg, coming through now. Saint Ignatius seems to be in the lead at the moment, followed closely by Kings and St. Joseph's, and St. Ignatius again bringing up the rear. St. Ignatius here putting in a stellar effort. Kings coming close behind. All crews doing really, really well in these tough conditions. But St. Ignatius bringing it through for a very strong finish here. Doing a fantastic job. King's crew bringing it home strong as well. And St. Ignatius still lifting to the end to bring home that win. Incredible job there from the crew. That's the St. Ignatius crew consisting of Darcy Halam, Josh Delaney, Maximilian Burke, Luca Laspina, and Cox by James Stack. And we have the coaches here, Hamish McDonald and George Davis. Now, bringing home third and fourth place in this race, we have St. Joseph's and the second Saint Ignatius crew. And both very strong finishes from both guys. Well done. All right, everyone, we've just been informed that the barbecue has finished barbecuing, but that doesn't mean the food has stopped. And that's right, folks. There is food there that still needs to be sold and eaten, and it's going a little bit cheaper from what I've been told. I can't quite tell you the precise deal, but what I can tell you is it's going to be a bargain. So for those watching on the live stream, I'm sorry. There won't be any steaks or sausages or onions available for you. But for those that are here, get in while they're still hot, because that barbecue has wrapped up for the day. But there's still goods to go around. So get on down to the wharf and get a good feed. Just remember that all those funds do go to the bursary, so you can feed yourself and feed a good cause. Now, just to inform everyone, race 71, the schoolboy third 4B final was cancelled today. That means that the crews that were in that race have been moved up into race 72, which is the schoolboy third 4A final. So that is the race that we do have that has commenced and is underway at the moment. We've got Kings in lane 1, St. Joseph's in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, Newington in lane 4, and St. Ignatius in lane 5. Now they're just coming up to about the 1/3 mark of the course. The wind has died down just a little bit at the moment. At the very least, it's not gusting. But once again, it's quite a challenging course for the coxswains, needing to keep their crews on task here, on the best line that they can, to keep those boats nice and stabilised, and particularly in this wind, making sure not to disrupt the boat, so that the rowers can continue pushing. Now, I would be remiss to mention that the Saint Ignatius boat in this race is in the Marie Mar boat, named after my mum. So I'm always gonna shout that out. A little bit biased. Now we can see the crews here coming up to about 100 metres or around 200 metres away from the dogleg. Trying to see here through my binoculars what those positions are. Now it does look like Shaw is currently in the lead, with the St. Ignatius crew maybe in second place. We see the Joey's crew there starting a bit of an early turn. Kings is drifting over a little bit, getting a little bit of out of sorts in their lane there. Now we can't be too sure of those positions until they come through the turn. And Kings actually seems to be in a great position here coming through the dogleg. In fact, it's looking extremely close here between Kings and Shaw crew coming through after the turn. I've just got a tree at the moment that I can't quite see the Ignatius crew. They seem to be a little bit further back, quite closely competing there with Joey's. And it does look like Kings and Shaw at the moment in front, competing for that first place position. Kings bringing it through very, very strong on the final red pylon. And Shaw's putting in a bit of a push to try to respond. But Kings does look like they've got quite a commanding lead here at the moment. They're really controlling their rhythm and they're pushing through nice and strong, maintaining that boat speed. And Shaw's trying to respond, but they're just starting to fall back a little bit here. It does look like Saint Ignatius is outrowing the St. Joseph crew, but it is the King's School that has won that particular race, followed by Shaw in second place. And then we have the Newington bringing up the rear. So that was the King's School that has won that race, consisting of Tom Gavel, Jack Gall, Sterling Harriet, Henry Fagan, and Edo Dawson, the coxswain. And that's coached by Tom Wickham. Fantastic race there in the schoolboy third for a final. All right, so this is race 73 coming down at the moment. This is the schoolboys' second 4B final, consisting of Scots in lane 2 and Newington in lane 3. They're about 100 metres off from the dogleg from the turn. The Newington crew in lane 3 will need to go on the outside of that middle buoy, and Scots will have the inside lane. Apologies, folks. It looks like they've put them both in lane 1 and 2, so neither crew will need to go around that outside buoy. And it does seem like Scots is bringing it around the corner here first. With Newington looking about a boat length behind. Both crews really picking up the rating here, trying to bring it home nice and strong. Scott's looking very, very calm here. Great form on the water. But Newington's really putting it in. Seems to be making a little bit of ground here. And as we come up to the last 100 metres, it's where those last final strokes really count. But Scott's here with about a boat length ahead of the Newington crew. Bringing it home. Doing a great effort here from both crews, racing right to the finish, but it does seem to be the Scots crew that is going to take this one. This is the schoolboys' second 4B final. And that Scots crew is made of Charlie Burke, Jock Sides, Thomas O'Hara, Geordie Mitchell, and coxed by Edison Boyton, coached by George Finlayson and Toby Benjamin. Great effort from those crews. And we've got race 74 underway here as well. They're just about to hit that halfway mark, denoted there by the red pylon, just a little bit offset from the course. We've got St. Joseph's in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, and St. Ignatius in lane 3, with Kings in lane 4. So lanes 3 and 4 here, just a reminder, we'll need to go around that outside buoy. So we'll really see what happens here after they come around the turn. As we come up to the turn here, it's looking very close between Saint Ignatius and Shaw. St. Joseph's right here in the mix as well, as is King's actually quite closely behind. The first sort of three crews here coming up to that dog leg and starting their turn. As we come around the corner here, St. Joseph's in a great position. All crews here, in fact, battling it out nice and strong after that dog leg coming through to the final straight. It does look like Shaw's ahead at the moment. Really close there with St. Joseph's and St. Ignatius competing for that number one spot. All three crews out there in the head, having extremely strong finishes here. So at this moment, they need to remember their composure, remember their training, and hold their form. But St. Joseph's looking really strong here coming through. All crews pushing. But St. Joseph's looks like they're nudging ahead at the moment. Shaw is about falling behind a little bit here, but St. Ignatius is really putting in a final effort. It looks like St. Ignatius might row through Shaw. It's very, very close. It might be too close to call who's going to get that second place, but it does look like St. Joseph's is going to win this race by about half a boat length. And I think St. Joseph's have got that one. An amazing race there. We have the King's crew bringing up. So that St. Joseph's crew is made up of Oliver Haas, Byron Matheson, James Wan, Fletcher Carnes, Zachary Taylor is the coxswain, and it's coached by Tom Morgan and Dion Betega. Great race there from the A final there, the schoolboys second four. Great race.
And we do have the official results from that race, race 74, the A final of the school's second four. St. Joseph's in first with a time of 4 minutes 45. 1.5 seconds back with the Shaw School with a time of 4 minutes 46. And then 0.7 of a second back in third with St. Ignatius with a time of 4:47. So St. Joseph's winning that race, Shaw in second, St. Ignatius in third, and King's in fourth.
Now, we would just ask that this pleasure craft coming up in the middle of the course at the moment, please do get off the course. This is a sanctioned racing regatta. We do need you off the course. There are crews that will be racing down. So please move off the course and start coming out the river on the right-hand side, please. Thank you to that pleasure craft getting off the course.
Great to see so many people still down here, tuning into these final races of the day. Plenty of you watching online as well. Haven't had many comments recently, but over 400 of you watching now, which I think's the most we've had all day. So if you are watching, give us a shout out. Let us know who you're cheering on. Be more than happy to read out your comments. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching, who you're cheering on.
All right, and coming down the river at the moment, we do have race 75. This is the schoolboy first 4B final. In lane 2, we've got St. Joseph's. In lane 3, we've got Sydney Grammar. And I might just correct myself there. It does look like the marshals are using lane 1 and 2 for these races with a few less boats. Now we have both crews now coming up to around that halfway mark. It's always a hard one to call on this particular race course because of the staggered start. It does mean that the crew in the outer lanes do start a little bit further ahead. That all equalises as they come round the turn. So it can be quite deceptive to see who's actually out ahead before they come up to the turn. Both crews now just about past that halfway mark. About 100 metres distance until they hit that turn. The wind seems to be a little bit less now, but it is still consistent. Coming from the back of the boats. This does mean that the races can come through a little bit quicker as the wind sort of pushes the boats along. It's also a lot easier to be a little bit more destabilised because of this wind. As we come up here to the first turn, it does seem to be St. Joseph's. It does have the slight lead at the moment. It does seem they've started both crews in their respective lanes of 2 and 3. So Sydney Grammar is going around the outside buoy now, but St. Joseph's with quite a lead here, already around the corner, already on the final straight, bringing it home very strong. You can hear the cheering from the pleasure craft over there. Some great Joey's fans there supporting their boys. And St. Joseph's coming through here with quite a commanding lead. And a very strong row there from the St. Joseph's crew in the first 4B final. That crew made up of Matthew Reeves, Walker Courtney, Charles Watt, Jasmine Smeaton, Darcy Willis is the cox, and coached by Tom Morgan and Dion Betega. The Sydney Grammar crew coming through for the final finish now. Bringing it home nice and strong. Now, for those crews that have just come through and had their wins, they will be receiving silver oars. So just a reminder that we do have the silver oar trophy base that can be bought from the top of the hill, designed and made by Year 11 student Matthew Biggs. So a great way to support the efforts of one of the students here. They're only $25, and it's a great way to really celebrate and memorialize your trophy. The silver oars are usually hanging by a chain, but with this trophy base, you can have them set up, standing nice, tall, and proud. Now, all the proceeds from the purchases of the trophy base go towards Jarjum College. Which go towards supporting urban Aboriginal children who are not participating or coping in mainstream primary schools as a result of their poverty and domestic circumstances. So a really great cause to get behind and a really great way to memorialise your wins today.
Plenty more people commenting in, which is great to see. Got people supporting Grammar, Newington, Riverview. George watching from Athens in Greece, which is great to see. I'm sure it's past midnight there now, definitely. Very early morning for George. Troy saying one of the oldest rowing races in the rowing events in the nation. I do believe the Gold Cup's the oldest rowing regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. 5:15 a.m. in Greece for George. Doing very well, getting up early. So there you go, Troy. Not one of the oldest rowing events in Australia. It's oldest rowing regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. The 140th edition this year. Been rowed since 1890. A few years not rowed for various reasons, due to war and other events.
Now, we do have race 76 coming down here now, which is the schoolboy first 4A final. In lane 1, we have Kings. Lane 2, we have Saint Ignatius. Lane 3, Newington. Lane 4, Scots. And lane 5, Shaw. Now, just to remind or announce, I suppose, or share that the UNSW trophy first commenced in 1968, and that was actually is awarded to the schoolboys second 4. So the winners of that last race of the second 4 will be receiving that trophy today. For the boys rowing right now, though, in the schoolboy first 4, they do have the Sydney University Cup. First commenced in 1966. It will be awarded to the winning crew. And the crew's here coming very close to the turn, which we know is the pivotal point in the race, both figuratively and literally. I can see Saint Ignatius just about to hit the turn. And all the crews now starting to straighten up on this final stretch. It's looking very strong, looking like a very strong row indeed. I can see it's very close here between the Shaw crew and the Saint Ignatius crew, really fighting for that first place in this particular race and fighting for that Sydney University Cup. The Saint Ignatius crew here looks like they have about a canvas length ahead of the Shaw school. All crews putting in really big final efforts here. Kings and Newington fighting over that third place. But it does look like Saint Ignatius is going to have quite a commanding lead here. They've got a strong boat length lead and pushing very strong to the finish here. Shaw looks like they'll be coming in second place. But Kings pushing through for the final few strokes very strongly as well. So that was Saint Ignatius, Shaw, Kings, Newington coming through now, followed by Scots. So congratulations to that Saint Ignatius crew of Brendan Sullivan, Charlie Harrison, Thomas Johnston, Thomas Hartman, Ryan McNulty, who is the coxswain and coached by Hugh Courts. Congratulations.
So what did they win? The UNSW Cup? They got the Sydney Uni Cup. Oh, yeah. And the second for the UNSW trophy. Okay. So congratulations to Saint Ignatius College there on winning the Sydney University Cup. That's their first 4 winning the Sydney University Cup. Gentlemen, when you come up and receive your silver oars, you'll also be presented with the Sydney University Cup. Congratulations. If you are just joining us online or here today or just about to join us, we're just about to kick off the Schoolgirl Second 8. That's race 77 of the Schoolgirl Second 8, just about to kick off. On behalf of the rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the principal, Dr. Paul Heim, we'd like to welcome you from wherever you're watching, either here with us in person or online, to Saint Ignatius College Riverview for what is the 140th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup. First started in 1890, as we've said so before. My name's Josh DeAngelis. I'm joined here in commentary with Luke O'Brien and Michael Marr, who just handed over the reins. We'll be here up until the final race. It's been a pleasure so far. As we're just about to begin the Schoolgirl Second 8, it's race 77, followed by the School Second 8, B final and A final. Thanks, mate. Just waiting on a start for the schoolgirls second aid. So in lane 1, we'll have Loretto Kirribilli number 3. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli number 1. In lane 3, we'll have Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College. And lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli number 2. So 3 Loretto crews across that, and the Loretto Normanhurst and Pymble Ladies College crew. If you are watching online, feel free to give us a comment. Show your support for whoever you're watching here today. It's great to be interacting with you all on a fantastic day. It's currently 30 degrees here. The wind's picked up. There's a bit of a tail breeze coming down the course. However, the tide has come quite in, or is still coming in. So expect some quicker times as the breeze is coming behind the rowers on the way down. Coming up, the schoolboy second eight will be competing for the Sydney Raper Memorial Trophy, and that's presented for competition in the school's second eight. That commenced in 1968, and so the boys that are about to race after the women's second eight, after the schoolgirls second eight, will be coming down and collecting that trophy as well. That's good. A couple of comments online. We've got Andrew Gannon, former coach at Riverview, actually, who's typed in a quick message. Good to see you, Gano, again. But he's recollecting the 1997 Gold Cup, the actual Gold Challenge Cup that was won by Saint Ignatius from the outside lane. Dan Noonan, who's the director of rowing here at Riverview, was in the stroke seat. Andrew Gannon claims there was nothing under 40 for the whole race. We'll have to fact check that. I'll ask Dan later. But good to see you, Gano, watching from wherever you are. Thanks very much for your contribution. And of course, Andrew Gannon there was one of the coaches with Mike Doyle, famously coached the Riverview crew in 2018 that won the Head of the River after 47 years. Fantastic effort. One of those gentlemen that dug the well.
Plenty of comments coming through as well from people cheering on Pymble Ladies in this schoolgirls second eight race. Shame we didn't have more. Usually have more schoolgirl races on the Gold Cup calendar, but slightly fewer this year. I believe there was another regatta on today where a lot of the schoolgirls were competing. So fingers crossed we can get them all back next year and get a few more Year 9 and Year 10 schoolgirl races in the program.
We're running a little bit ahead of time, so we've got a little bit of time up our sleeves for this race, but this race is due to kick off in about a minute. The schoolgirls second eight, that's just repeating there. Loretto Kirribilli in lanes 1 and 2, so 2 Loretto crews in lanes 1 and 2, followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College in lane 4, and Loretto Kirribilli number 2. So a third Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 5. Days like today could not occur without the wonderful support of the Riverview rowing community, as well as volunteers from Rowing New South Wales. I'd just like to thank everyone here who has made this day possible, in particular the Regatta Organising Committee. That's Dan Noonan, Philip Elborn, Jim Bustede, Bob Marsh, Chris O'Brien, Marie Marr, Harry Brogan and Paul Brogan, as well as thanking the Rowing New South Wales officials. Thank you very much for everyone who's been a massive support of days like today. And then also special shout out must go to all the friends and family that are here supporting rowing as a sport. Later on this year, we'll see the pinnacle of rowing throughout the world at the Olympics. And it'll be a great opportunity to see what type of a career some of these rowers may have if they wish to pursue it. A lot of the rowers that will be competing in there would be down in Canberra at the AIS, already competing for a spot to get on the plane to go to Paris. But it is a sport like this that reminds you that this year we've got an Olympics, and what a great event it'll be to see potentially Australia take home a few gold medals. Wow. And we are away. That is the schoolgirls second 8 coming down the river right now. Loretto Kirribilli, 3 Loretto Kirribilli crews in lanes 1, 2 and 5, followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3 and Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. From up here in the commentary box, it is Pymble Ladies College who are out in first place. Followed by the Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew out of lane 2. So as we've discussed all day, the two Loretto Kirribilli crews will go inside the checkered pylon, or the checkered flag on the pylon and the buoy, with all the other crews heading outside that buoy over the Longueville side of the river. Shaping up to be a fantastic race, very competitive at the moment, with Pymble holding a lead back to Loretto Kirribilli, followed by Loretto Normanhurst and then the other 2 Loretto Kirribilli crews.
Plenty more comments coming through once again on the live stream. Got Lawson Banks, keen to watch the men's Open 8 race, cheering on UTS. We're watching from Turkey, where it's just gone past 6:30 in the morning there. And Charlie Rowe, who used to be involved in rowing here at Riverview, saying outstanding regatta, maintaining the great tradition of harbour regattas where elements often dictate the terms and coxswains show their true worth. Congratulations to the organising committee. Always great to hear from Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie. Charlie actually coached me in the second 4 once I was at Riverview. Have great memories of rowing with Charlie down at our Canberra rowing camps and the strainer post, as you used to call it. Now the Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew have taken this corner perfectly. They'll give them a great advantage back towards Pymble Ladies, who are also still currently holding the lead to the last 300 or so metres until the finish line. It's great to see the supporters from Loretto Kirribilli down there on the wharf. But it is currently about a length ahead. Pymble Ladies College looking very strong. They led from the outset. Loretto Kirribilli absolutely took it to them, executing that corner to perfection. But Pymble Ladies College looking very sharp, very together. Oars in and out together, rocking and looking like a one very cohesive unit it will be. Pymble Ladies College, winners of the schoolgirls second 8. That's Alison And, Isabella Matasantos, Lauren Gibson, Celeste McDermott Buzolich, Catherine Walker, Isabella Stelly, Sky Pockley, Annabelle Shanahan, and coxed by Mathilde Goddard. They're coached by Ben Booker and Franz Imfeld. Congratulations, girls. What a fantastic race from all the schoolgirls. Thank you very much for turning up as well. I understand we would have had some more schoolgirls here, but there is another regatta on at the moment. But now we are down to the final 4 races of the day, beginning with the school second 8B final, who are currently underway. In lane 2, we have St Joseph's. Lane 3, we have Scots. And lane 4, we have Sydney Grammar School.
More comments coming through. Plenty of people congratulating the crew from Pimble Ladies on winning that last race, the school girls second 8 final. And Julia Johnson cheering on Loretta Kirribilli from Uluru, which is great to see. And Lizzie Chapman congratulating the Ascombe Year 7s, watching on from the shed to see the senior quad race and win. I think I've been told, I think this is the first time Ascombe have ever entered a crew at the Gold Cup. So great to see them enter for the first time, and not just enter, but also win the race as well. That's one of the great things about today is it is open to all schools and all clubs, all rowers. So if you want to come down and compete and give it a crack, the more the merrier. More than welcome to have you. Makes the event what it is.
Well said, Luke, and I think that's also typified by the types of races that we've had today. We've had some fantastic Masters races, proving that rowing you can compete in rowing at any age, really. We had an 87-year-old former Olympian competing before in one of the men's Masters races, and what a fantastic example of how rowing is just a sport for life, friendships for life, and also a great way to keep fit. And the school's second 8 still coming down. At the moment, we've got St Joseph's in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, and Sydney Grammar in lane 4. It's looking like St Joseph's, having no one on the inside, will be able to use that corner to their full advantage out of lane 2. With Scots having to go around that boy and set up a sprint towards the last 300 metres towards the finish line. And it is St Joseph's, about a length ahead of Scots. Back to Sydney Grammar School, who are going to take out, at this point, barring any major catastrophe, the school second 8B final, race 78. It is St Joseph's College, who will go on to win. Back to Scots, back to Sydney Grammar, the school second 8B final. That's Fergus O'Callaghan, Daniel Taylor, Xavier Gersoy, Nicholas Callanan, Harper Timms, Thomas Hannon, Danny Cable, Grant Dyer, coxed by Flynn Bruin and coached by Lockie Miles. Coming down now, the school second 8A final. In lane 1, we have Newington. Lane 2, Saint Ignatius. Lane 3, Kings. And lane 4, Shaw. This is race number 79, the A final of the school second 8. Shaw leading. At the moment, we've got out of lane 4, Shaw leading. It looks like back to Newington, then back to Saint Ignatius. The Kings and the Shaw crew rowing very, very close to lane 2. The coxswain may have to make a little bit of a manoeuvre to go around the buoy, with Newington and St Ignatius squeezing to make it through. next to the boy. But it looks as though it's Shaw, back to Newington, back to Kings, and Saint Ignatius who are coming up the rear there. With Newington Coxon starting his turn now down to the final 300 metres of the race. And it will be a sprint now between Newington and Shaw for the school second 8. The winner of this race is winner of the Sydney Raper Memorial Trophy, and it will be between Newington and Shaw, with Riverview and Kings battling out for third place. And it looks like Newington here have about half a length on the Shaw School. Fantastic race. Shaw picking up their rate, but I don't think it'll be enough. The Newington crew looking very powerful through that water, and it will be Newington, the winners of the school second 8 A final, out of lane 1, back to Shaw, back to Saint Ignatius in third place and Kings in fourth place. That Newington crews, Charles Fuller, Oscar McConnell, Freddie Longcroft, Marcus Bergen, Harry Veach, Mika Kosela, Zach Cooper, Ben Adams, coxed by Bowen Keegan, they're coached by Will Anders. The winners of the Sydney Raper Memorial Trophy is Newington College in the school second 8 A final. And now, the final 2 races of the day. We have the penultimate race, the Women's Open 8 final. In lane 1, we have Pymble Ladies College. Lane 2, Sydney University number 1. In lanes 3 and 4, Sydney Rowing Club. And lane 5, Sydney University number 2. The Women's Gold Challenge Cup, first commenced in 2008, will be up for grabs here. It's presented by the Friends of Rowing for open competition in 2015, but up for grabs and currently being held by Sydney University.
Plenty of comments coming through in support of the Newington crew that just won the school second 8 race and the Sydney Raper Memorial Trophy. And also a nice piece of history from Richard Luxford saying, from the archive, first school crew to win the Gold Challenge Cup was Sydney High in 1938, but they'd then go on to only place third in the Header River behind Shaw 3 weeks later. And I've had a look at the program. Richard's got that spot on. High were the first schoolboy crew to win the Gold Cup in 1938. Joey's did it the year after in 39. But yeah, Sydney High, the first boys crew, first high school crew to win the Gold Challenge Cup after wins from Glebe Rowing, Sydney Rowing, a whole bunch of crews, Mercantile, East Sydney, New Zealand in there once again, Mossman, Haberfield, whole heap of club crews that won the race in those early years.
And as we await the Women's Open 8 start final, race number 80. In lane 1, we have Pymble Ladies College. In lane 2, we have Sydney University, number 1. In lane 3, we have Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club as well. And in lane 5, Sydney University, number 2. A big congratulations to Pinball Ladies College, the only schoolgirl crew who are competing against 4 club crews. For those watching here on the shore and here at home, this is a great example of some fantastic rowing that you're about to witness from some very competitive women's crews, and then the next race, the men's crews. We've just got some word from the marshals. The start line is very windy at the moment. So the marshals are trying to get everyone straight, but there's a big, because it turns the corner towards Longville and up the Lane Cove River, they're getting a big funnel and a big channel of wind that's pushing all the crews towards the right. So as soon as the marshals have a straight line, they are going to call attention and row. So we believe potentially that all crews, the start of this may determine who goes on and wins this race, depending on how the rest of the race turns out. But the wind has picked up, as you can feel. It's a tailwind coming down, but there would be a cross breeze at the start that's probably making it very difficult for the marshals to start the race altogether. It's too late now. They won't hear me.
Plenty of people cheering on Newington from right across the world. We've got someone saying they're watching from Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, which is gone 11:30 in the morning. I'm not sure if they're actually watching from Mongolia or not. Someone else watching from a bar in Germany, which is great to see. So great to have people tuning in right across. We've got over 450 people watching now for the final 2 races of the day, the showpiece events, the Women's Open 8 and the Men's Open 8.
And Luke, I might just ask, as well as Michael, what have your thoughts been on the day's racing? A little summation before we hit into these last 2 races. What have you thought? It's been very competitive from mine, but any final thoughts before we head into these 2 races?
It's been great to see. It's always a great day. Weather's been perfect. Wind's picked up a bit now, as it usually does in the Arvo, and makes it harder. But I think with the way the program's structured, that wind picks up for those more senior rowers who are more equipped to deal with the more challenging conditions. For my mind, I can't remember a day in more recent years we've had some really, really tight finishes. Usually by the time the crews get to the final 150, 200 metres, you roughly know where the crews are going to place. But we've had some really tight finishes, which has been great to see and always makes for a great event and a great spectacle.
And Michael, what do you think?
Look, I think what's been quite incredible to watch today is just the depth and talent that's been on display from all the schools and all the people participating on the course, from the masters all the way down to the junior crews. The talent and the training that everyone's really put into it, you can sort of see that on great display here today. So it's just been really impressive to watch everyone put on such great performances.
Very well said. Look, we're very fortunate here at Riverview to be able to host a day like today, but it couldn't go ahead without our wonderful volunteers, all the supporters here, and obviously the rowing committee as well, which I've read out before, but I'll read out just before the end as well. It's been a fantastic day, phenomenal weather. Thank you very much for joining us for in what is this day, if you are just joining us or you are about to head off. But we're just waiting on the start of the Women's Open 8 final. The penultimate race, final women's race of the day. And just to reiterate, Pinball Ladies College, the only schoolgirl that are competing in the Women's Open 8, a great achievement against 4 other club teams. But it looks as though it's becoming increasingly difficult to try and get this race started. We will keep you updated as soon as we have a start. But the wind up there seems to be playing havoc with some of the starting marshals. We are slightly ahead of schedule, so we do have a little bit of time up our sleeves, and we want to get these races right, because if something does go wrong, there is a potential that the race can be re-rowed, or there's a protest, or something of that nature can happen. So we do like to take our time and get these right, so we're just waiting from the marshal to make sure that all crews are correct, get the best start possible, so that we can have a competitive race. The marshals are now just pulling the crews back onto the start line. But we are waiting just for the official lineup of this Women's Open 8 for the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Retained at the moment by Sydney University, with 2 Sydney University crews hoping to retain that trophy. Following the conclusion of both these races, there will be a presentation of the Gold Cups to both the women's and the men's Open 8. So we'd asked, please, the winners of those 2 races to please come into the beach and into the shore here and come up and receive your gold oars and receive the Gold Challenge Cup for the men and women. Luke, do you want to maybe get onto the phone and ask him? Go on. Just a couple of comments coming through on the live stream. We're still here. The continuous call team, as we've been known. We've been called before. John, just saying, great to see Newington Year 9s dominate. That's correct. Conrad, your son. And obviously, you're incredibly impressed with the results. I would agree. The Newington crew did a fantastic job of winning all those Year 9 races. Congratulations to those crews. And then we've got another gentleman who's commented in that his grandfather was the first to win the Gold Cup in 1915 in their family. So if we can just check which crew that would have been with, claims that the medal that was done there was gold with the college crest, and then his father won in 51. Last of the Sterling Silver Oars, and their son won in 2021. All Riverview. So 3 generations of Gold Cup winners. That crew in 1915 was represented by Enterprise. However, this may have been for the schoolboy. And in 1951, the Gold Cup was won by Shaw, but the schoolboys may have been won by Riverview. Then John Hamilton as well, who's just commented there. He's amazing to see the Newington second 8 doing so well. Fantastic win there. It's very right there. They're watching from the Falkland Islands. And I believe we are away. It looks as though we've got to start here from the Women's Open 8 final. Lane 1, Pymble Ladies. Lane 2, Sydney University number 1. In lane 3 and 4, we have Sydney Rowing Clubs 1 and 2. And in lane 5, we have Sydney University number 2. At this stage, it looks as though Sydney Rowing Club out of lane 3 are leading the race. Back to the Sydney University number 1 crew out of lane 2. So just confirming there that we've got the Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane 3 and Sydney University out of lane 2, both leading the pack there. Back to Sydney University and the other Sydney Rowing Club team, as well as Pymble Ladies College bringing up the rear there out of lane 1. This race is shaping up to be one of the tightest we've had all day, with Sydney University being able to go inside the buoy and Sydney Rowing Club having to go outside. Both of the crews leading the pack. So we're in for a very, very close finish as it comes down here back to the Sydney University number 1 and the other Sydney Rowing Club crew. The Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 1. Unfortunately, a little bit further back from the pack. But I believe it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew just ahead of the buoy, but the Sydney University crew may have a slight advantage coming down and cutting the corner a little bit ahead of the Pymble Ladies College crew. So this will be a straight sprint for the finish. For the last 300 metres to go, we have Sydney University number 1 and Sydney Rowing Club number 1 racing out for the Women's Open 8 final. The Sydney Rowing Club have a slight advantage over the Sydney Uni crew. But the Sydney Uni crew rating a little bit higher, probably about 4 points higher than the Sydney Rowing Club crew, who are holding them off very well. All crews looking incredibly sharp in and out of the water, probably rating about 42, the Sydney University crew. The Sydney Uni crew coming very hard at the Sydney Rowing Club crew. It'll be a fantastic finish. I've got neck and neck currently for both crews. And Sydney Rowing Club with about a canvas lead over Sydney University. And I think it will be the Sydney Rowing Club who will be winners of the Women's Open 8 final. We'll check the results there, but I believe it's the Sydney Rowing Club out of lane 3. That's Grace Cipher, Catherine Mason, Hannah Keating, Amelia Croker, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Isabel Furrer, Talisa Noak-Diver, Isabella Scammell, and Cox by Hannah Coap. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffith. That is Sydney Rowing Club, who won out of lane 3, winners of the Women's Open 8 and the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. If that Sydney Rowing Club crew could please come into the beach and collect your oars and come and be presented with the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Probably. They can wait if they can. Yeah. And now, finally, the time has come for the Men's Open 8. Race 81, the final race of today's proceedings. In lane 1, we have UTS, who looked incredibly strong in their first heat, followed by the UTS crew number 2, who won their heat with the fastest time, who have the best lane to be able to come through and potentially win the Gold Challenge Cup away from Sydney Rowing Club, who are represented in 2 different lanes here, in lanes 3 and 5. We also have a big congratulations to Kings, who are the only schoolboy crew being represented in the Men's Open 8 final. A fantastic achievement to be able to be represented against such a high caliber of crews, but it will be a race, I believe, between the 2 UTS crews and the 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews that will decide and will ultimately go home with the Men's Open 8 Riverview Gold Challenge Cup.
Just going to go now through the official results of race 80, the Women's Open 8. And confirming that it was the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3 who won the race in a time of 4 minutes 21.66. Back to Sydney University 1 in second with a time of 4:22 flat. So 0.34 seconds between first and second there, between Sydney Rowing and Sydney University. In third place, we also had Sydney Rowing Club from lane 4 in a time of 4 minutes 37. In fourth, Pymble Ladies College. Great effort there from the only schoolgirl crew in the race with a time of 4 minutes 39. And in fifth place, Sydney University 2 in a time of 4 minutes 40. So some great racing there in the Women's Open 8. And a big congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club, who have won the Women's Open 8 and the Women's Gold Challenge Cup, taking the title back off Sydney University, who won it in 2023. Sydney Rowing having previously won it in 2021 and 2022.
We're just awaiting a start here from our marshals. As I said before, a little bit of overcast now. Probably a little bit better conditions for rowing, but there's a very, very large tailwind. Should see a quicken of times, but however, it will make a bit of a disaster up there for the starters, trying to get all the crews lined up and ready to go. As we've stated, it is a staggered start, with the crews in lane 1 starting behind those crews in lanes 5, 4 and 3. But we are just awaiting for the final race of the day, the Men's Open 8 for the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. First run here in 1890, all the way through now to 2023, and now in its 140th edition. Most recently won by Sydney Rowing Club. However, the front runners must be UTS, who stormed through their heats, in both heats, to come through and win and set the fastest times.
UTS haven't won the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup since 2002. So it'll be breaking over a 2-decade drought if one of their two crews were to do it here today. Sydney Rowing Club have won it the last 3 years, so their crew's going for 4 in a row. And then Kings aiming to be the first schoolboy crew to win the Gold Challenge Cup since Shaw in 2004. Kings last won it in 2001.
Before that, I believe, Luke, it was 1997, which was the Riverview who won the Gold Cup from Mossman Rowing Club. But that 2001 Kings crew that won the Gold Cup also then went on and won the Head of the River. And they had about 4 Olympians, I believe, that come out of that Kings crew that year. A very strong crew.
I should mention as well that in 2006, a Sydney University UTS composite did win the Gold Challenge Cup. So some rowers from UTS did win it in 2006. The last time they did it as a whole crew was in 2002.
And we are away here. We are finally, it's come down to the Men's Open 8, race 81, final race of the day for the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. We have lane 1, UTS, lane 2, UTS 2, lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, lane 4, the King's School, and lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club number 2. Incredibly even racing. It is impossible for me to tell who is leading the race at this point. It looks like it's a straight line coming down the course. This is shaping up to be the most competitive race of the day. Fantastic rowing from all 5 crews out there on the water. At this point of the race, it looks as though UTS out of lane 2 are leading back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew out of lane 3. They're then put back to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5 and then back to UTS in lane 1, with the King's School bringing up the rear there in lane 4. And the UTS coxswain doing a great job allowing his crew, squeezing the other UTS crew, unfortunately, but has enough length in front of them to get and maybe even cut the corner to come through to get a straight run at the finish line for the last 300 metres. But it is the UTS crew who have taken the corner first, followed by the Sydney Rowing Club crew who have had to go around the buoy in lane 3, and it will be Sydney Rowing Club and UTS in lanes 2 and 3 respectively, who will come down and race for the final 300 metres of the Riverview Gold Cup. UTS rowing at about 42 strokes per minute. The Sydney Rowing Club crew trying his best to lift the rate as we come down to the last 150 metres. This UTS crew out of lane 2 looking incredibly strong, but there's also a lot of competition here for the minor places. UTS and Sydney Rowing Club out of lane 1 and lane 5 doing incredibly well. But for the first time since 2002, it is UTS who have won the Men's Gold Challenge Cup and the 140th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup. Congratulations to UTS. That is Oliver St. Pierre, Henry Blackwell, Alexander Wood, Torben Ungermark, Joe Lynch, Austin Reiner, Nicholas Pender, Josh Wilson, and their cocks by Anna O'Hanlon, and they're coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermar. Congratulations to UTS. Gentlemen, please come into the beach here to collect your gold oars and to be presented with the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. Could we also ask the Sydney Rowing Club crew who won the Women's Gold Challenge Cup as well to come into the beach and be presented with your gold oars and the Women's Gold Challenge Cup? Any further comments? No? See, Steve, so good to see you. Fantastic. Thank you. You guys did absolute bullshit. That wasn't No, Mike's on. Good to see you. Cheers. Sorry. See you. Before we hit down to the award ceremony for both the women's and men's Open 8s, I'd just like to say a very heartfelt thank you here from the commentary box on behalf of Saint Ignatius College Riverview, on behalf of Dr. Paul Hine, Father Thomas Renshaw, the rector. It is an absolute pleasure here to have you here at the 140th edition of the Riverview Gold Cup. I wouldn't be able to do this on my own, so I'm very thankful to be in the commentary booth here with Luke O'Brien and Michael Marr. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your efforts today. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. We've had a little bit of fun along the way, and we hope to see you again here next year. I will take the time, though, to thank the people that are ultimately responsible for organising this race. The Regatta Organising Committee of Dan Noonan, Philip Elborn, Jim Bustede, Bob Marsh, Chris O'Brien, Marie Marr, Harry Brogan and Paul Brogan, as well as the Rowing New South Wales officials. These people are all volunteers, and that is the jury of Timothy Wainman, Steve Sherry, Andrew Milliken, Greg Smith, John Johnson, James Tate, Graham Walker, Tony Adamo, Guy Bicknell, Mun Lum and Barbara Ramjam. And once again, and to cap off, it has been a fantastic day. That is UTS taking out the Men's Gold Challenge Cup and Sydney Rowing Club taking out the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Any final words? Let's go. Sounds good.
Big thank you to Josh as well for his commentary today. It's been a great event. Always lovely to be down here. And we'll just wait now for the two crews from Sydney Rowing Club and UTS to come in and receive their gold oars from College Principal Dr. Paul Hine.
A big shout out as well to those who have joined us online. Thanks very much for tuning in. I think we peaked at around 450 views probably at the time. 500. Wow. Fantastic. It's good to see we've had a global audience as well tuning in from across the world, from all parts of the globe. Mongolia, London, Wales, Adelaide. We'd also just like to thank as well the people that behind the scenes who have made all this possible, the Old Ignatians Union, the PNF, our sound and tech guys behind the scenes there. Great job, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure working with you once again, as well as all the staff who helped out with all the events that are going on today. If we could please get the Women's Sydney Rowing Club crew, the winners of the Women's Gold Challenge Cup, to come in. We've got the UTS crew just coming in now. Yeah. We're just waiting on the city. Hopefully they haven't gone and rode off home, but if they have, that's okay. And welcoming now into the beach the UTS number 2 crew, winners of the Men's Gold Challenge Cup, to be presented with their gold oars and the Gold Challenge Cup by Principal Dr. Paul Hahn.
The crew from UTS, winners of the men's Open 8. And recipients of the gold oars being presented by College Principal Dr. Paul Hine. Oliver St. Pierre, Henry Blackwell, Alexander Wood, Torben Ungama, Joe Lynch, Austin Reiner, Nicholas Pender, Joshua Wilson, coxed by Anna O'Hamlin, coaches Matthias Ungama and Judith Ungama.
And ladies and gentlemen, we do have the UTS crew now walking up the ramp of the Cove Cottage, going up to the award booth to receive the official trophy. I think they're actually going to go inside the Cove Cottage where the trophy awaits. I do believe the women's crew have gone back to the boathouse to drop off the boat. I do believe they will be walking over soon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe there are just some award ceremonies happening now. These are in the Cove Cottage, so unfortunately we won't be able to show you the live footage from that. But just going to close us out here on the commentary today. So just a final thank you to all the officiators, the marshals, the coaches that have put in a lot of effort, making sure all the crews are up to their best efforts for the racing today. New South Wales boat racing officials and the marshals that have mediated the racing and made sure we've had such a smooth day. And the officials from Saint Ignatius, so a big thank you from us here at Saint Ignatius, the rector, Father Tom Renshaw, the principal, Dr. Paul Hine, captain of boats, Ambrose Hennessy, and the vice captains, Charlie Harrison and Sebastian Zuckerman, the OIU president, Sean Cuniel, and the rowing program coordinator, Dan Noonan. And then a final thank you to the Regatta Organising Committee of Dan Noonan, Chris O'Brien, Philip Elborn, Marie Marr, Jim Bustede, Harry Brogan, Robert Marsh, and Paul Brogan. So a big thank you to Josh and Luke, who have been the backbone of the commentary team today, and for welcoming me aboard. I think that's all from us today. So thank you very much for watching, and we hope you all have a lovely rest of your day.